Hey guys, long time no see. It's Robert, Narrator of the channel. Haven't been able to do intro like this for a while. Haven't had the energy with the new, diagnosis and all that good stuff. But I do plan on doing this more often in the future. So for tonight, we got 4 stories. Every single one happens to people or peoples just trying to make it through an overnight shift. It's going to get intense, it's going to get ugly, and happen somewhere out in empty parts of Nevada. There are things out there that are watching the only lit up buildings for miles, and it wasn't human. Fair warning, you may want to leave the light on, maybe double check that door, make sure it's actually locked. If you guys love the dark stuff, the stories that don't have a happy little ending, then Dark Horror Narrations is your channel. Do me a favor, subscribe, drop a like on the video, and turn on those post notifications so you don't miss any of the new stories I put out. I'm trying to pump out more than I do normally, so I'm trying to get at least every 2 days, ideally every day if I have the energy to deal with it. So thank you guys all for the love and support as always, and I hope you enjoy.
Story 1. The voices out on the lakebed. The credit card reader on pump 4 had been throwing the same error since Christmas, and every night around midnight I'd walk out and reset it by hand, and every night I'd tell myself that this was the last winter I'd do it. It was the kind of promise you make to nobody. I'd been making it for 3 years. That night, a Thursday, first week of March, the year 2022, I walked out at 11:50 p.m. into a cold so dry it made the inside of my nose ache, and I reset the reader, and I stood there a second in the light from the canopy and looked out past the pumps at the dark where the desert started. There's a point on the edge of that lot where the light just quits. It doesn't fade. It stops like a wall, and past it is Nevada with the lid off. No moon that night, no town glow. Just the black shape of the Palomas going up on the far side of the highway, and somewhere out there past the frontage, the flat pale nothing of the dry lakebed people around here call the sink. The place is half of it, so the place comes first. The station's called the Crossroads Fuel and Grocery, though the sign out on US 95 just says Crossroads in letters that used to be red and are now the color of an old scab. We sit at the junction where the state road out of Ambrose meets the highway, about 11 miles south of town, 60-some miles north of anything you'd call a city. Ambrose itself is maybe 400 people, a school, 2 churches, a bar called the Antler, and the bones of the Consolidated Paloma silver mine that shut down in the year 1958 and never once thought about opening back up. The mine's up in the hills behind us. On a still day you can hear the wind moving through the old headframe, and it makes a sound like somebody blowing across the top of a bottle, low and steady, on and on. The Crossroads runs all night because of the trucks. There's a haul route that comes down off Interstate 80 and cuts through on 95 toward the produce yards down south, and those drivers need diesel and coffee and a bathroom at 2 in the morning, and we're the only lit thing for 40 miles in either direction. So the pumps never sleep, and neither did I, 4 nights a week, 10 p.m. to 6 a.m., for $4 over minimum plus whatever I could stand to steal from the day shift's tip jar, which was nothing, because I'm not that guy, or I try not to be. My name is Cole Reyes. I was 36 that winter. The rest of it comes fast, because what I had to lose is the whole reason any of the rest of it matters. I had a daughter named Marisol who was 9 and lived with her mother in Fallon, 140 miles northwest, in a house with a green door that I helped paint before the marriage came apart, and that I was not, by the terms of a court order, allowed to walk through anymore. I was 4 months behind on support. Not because I'm a deadbeat, I want that on the record even though there's nobody keeping one, but because the transmission on my truck let go in November and the choice was fix the truck or send the check. And if you can't get to work, you can't send any checks at all. So I fixed the truck, and I got behind, and the getting behind sat on my chest every single night. like a dog that had learned to lie exactly on the sore spot. I called Marisol on Sundays. Her mother, Dana, would put her on for 10 minutes, and I'd ask about school, and she'd tell me about a horse she was drawing, always the same horse, a gray one she called Ash, and I'd say, send me a picture, and sometimes she did, and I had 4 of them taped to the inside of my locker at the station where nobody could see them but me. I could hear my kid's whole heart in those drawings. That's the thing that matters here. That voice on the phone on Sunday nights, small and a little breathless, going, Dad, Dad, guess what? That voice was the best thing I had, and it's the reason the rest of this went the way it did. So, that's me. Behind on everything, quietly good at my job, sober 2 years that March and counting the days the way you count them when they still cost you something. A man who fixed a pump reader by hand every night because the owner wouldn't spring for a new one, and who had gotten used to the particular loneliness of being the only lit-up soul in a very large dark. That night I wasn't alone, though. That was the thing. Of all the nights, there were 4 of us at the crossroads when it started. Back in the service bay, with the bay door down against the cold, was Dale Kittredge. Dale was 61 and had been the daytime mechanic at the crossroads since before I was born, and lately he'd taken to staying past his shift to work on side jobs because his wife Peg had a thing with her kidneys that the insurance only half covered, and Dale needed the cash the way we all needed the cash. That night he was under a rancher's flatbed replacing a water pump, radio going, and he told me around 10 that he'd probably be there till 2 or 3, and did I want a coffee? And I said sure, and that was Dale. 61 years old, and he still asked the night clerk if he wanted a coffee. He had hands like tree roots, and a way of going quiet and careful when a thing was serious that I would come to be grateful for before the sun came up. Behind the counter with me was the new kid. Her name was Bethany Osgood, and she was 19, and it was her 5th night. The owner had hired her for the overnight because the overnight is the only shift nobody wants, and he'd stuck her with me to train because I'd been there longest. She was a local Ambrose High class of 2 years back, saving to move to Reno, jumpy as a cat in a room full of rocking chairs. She talked when she got nervous, which was always, and by the 5th night I knew about her mother's boyfriend she didn't like, and her plan to do hair, and the fact that she'd never been further from home than Winnemucca. I'd started the week wishing they'd trained her on someone else's shift. By the 5th night I'd have taken a bullet before I let anything happen to her, which tells you something about how quick 19 can get under your skin when it's scared and trying not to show it. And then there was the trucker. He'd come in around 11 with a dead alternator and a rig he'd nursed off the highway on battery alone, coasted her into the lot on fumes and prayer, and his name was Marcus Vell. Big man, 50 maybe, black, from Barstow, hauling almonds north. He called his company's roadside line, and they told him the nearest tow that could handle a loaded semi was coming out of Tonopah and wouldn't reach us till 4 or 5 in the morning. So he was parked out on the edge of the lot in his cab, waiting, and he'd come in twice for coffee and to use the bathroom and to shoot the breeze. And he had a laugh that filled the whole store and a picture of 2 kids on his phone. He showed Bethany without her asking, and I liked him immediately, the way you like somebody who is exactly what he appears to be. 4 of us. A clerk behind on child support, an old mechanic with a sick wife, a 19-year-old on her 5th night, a trucker waiting on a tow out of Tonopah, and one more, though we didn't count her yet because she was outside. There was a car at the far pumps that had been there too long. I'd noticed it around 11:30 before I reset the reader. An older Corolla, silver, plate started with a K, parked crooked at pump 7 with nobody at it. I figured somebody had gone in to use the restroom, and I'd missed them, or they'd walked off toward the frontage to make a call. People did that when the desert ate their signal, but the car just sat. And when I went out to reset pump 4 at 11:50, I looked over at it, and the driver's door was open, just open. Interior light off the light had timed out, or the door had been open long enough to kill the battery, and the seat empty, and a woman's cardigan sweater folded over the passenger headrest, and the keys, I could see even from there, still hanging in the ignition, that little amber glint. A car doesn't sit like that. Not out here. Out here, a car sitting with the door open and the keys in it means something happened, and the something is usually the desert, which is patient and doesn't care about you at all. My first thought was heat, except it was March and 40 degrees. My second thought was a medical thing. Somebody wandered off confused. My third thought, and I'm ashamed of how long it took to get there, was that maybe somebody was in trouble, and I was standing in a warm pool of light, not doing anything about it. I walked over to the Corolla. My breath was smoking. The lot was dead quiet except for the transformer on the pole out by the road, which hums, and which I'd stopped hearing years ago the way you stop hearing your own house. "Ma'am," I said, to nobody. "You okay?" Nothing. The keys ticked a little, swaying from where I hadn't touched them. They were just moving. There wasn't any wind. That was the first one. The first wrong thing. The keys moving in a car nobody was in, on a night with no wind, and me telling myself it was the vibration from a truck on the highway, even though there wasn't a truck on the highway. There wasn't a truck anywhere. There was just the hum of the transformer in the black wall where the light stopped, and far off, so far off I might have made it up, the mine breathing across the top of its bottle up in the hills. I looked out at the dark past Pump 7, toward the sink, and I had the strongest feeling, the one that lives in the back of the neck, older than language, that the dark was looking back. "Ma'am," I said, again, quieter, and my voice didn't sound right to me, too small under all that sky. I'd like to say I went out there, that I grabbed a flashlight and walked out onto the lakebed and looked for her, because that's what a decent man does, and I've spent a lot of nights since wondering if it would have changed anything. If being brave right then would have bought that woman one more hour, but I didn't. Something in the back of my neck told me not to, and for once in my life I listened to it, and I have to live with both of those things at the same time, that listening to it probably saved my life, and that not going probably ended hers. I closed the Corolla's door so the battery wouldn't be any deader than it was. And that's the kind of thing you do. You do a small, useful thing, because the big, frightening thing is too big to hold. I closed the door, and the little click of it was too loud, and I walked back into the light faster than I wanted to admit. And I didn't run, but my back knew exactly where the dark was the whole way. Inside, Bethany looked up from the register. She had a way of chewing the side of her thumb. "Whose car is that?" she said. "I don't know," I said. "Nobody's in it." "Weird," she said, and went back to restocking the smokes. And I let her, because there was no reason yet to make a 19-year-old feel what I was feeling. I told myself the woman had walked up the frontage to catch a signal, and would come trudging back into the light any minute, mad and cold and embarrassed. And I'd give her a coffee on the house, and we'd all laugh about it. She didn't come back. But at 12:19 a.m., the intercom did. Let me explain the intercom, 'cause it matters. Out on the lot, up under the canopy, there's a little speaker and a call button by the pumps, an old thing. So a customer at the pump can talk to the clerk inside if a pump won't take their card or they need the bathroom unlocked. It's a two-way. Push the button out there, it buzzes in here, and a light comes on, and you push the button on your end to talk back. Half the time it just gives you static and a squeal of feedback. I'd used it maybe a dozen times in 3 years. At 12:19 it buzzed. The little red light came on over the register. I picked up the handset. "Crossroads," I said, and a woman's voice came through, and it was crying. "Please," it said, "please. I'm hurt. I can't. I fell. I'm out past the pumps. Please, can somebody come?" Bethany went still with a carton of Marlboros in her hand. "Ma'am," I said, "hang on. Where are you? I'll come to you." "I'm by the road," the voice said, "out past the light. Please hurry. It's so cold. I can't feel my please. Please come. I don't want to be out here alone." And here's the thing I have gone over 10,000 times. The voice was a woman's, and it was hurt, and it was scared, and every decent instinct I have was already moving my hand toward the door. That's how it gets you. It doesn't come at you with teeth. It comes at you with a person who needs help, and it stands out past the light where you can't see it, and it uses the oldest hook there is, which is that you are a human being and another human being is crying in the dark. I got as far as the door. Hand on the push bar, cold coming through the glass, and I stopped, because I hadn't told her my station's name, and she'd said, "Please come," as if she knew there was a she to come, but that's not what stopped me. What stopped me was that the voice was coming from the intercom. To buzz that intercom, you have to push the button. The button is up under the canopy, in the light 20 feet from the door, and the voice was telling me she was out past the pumps, by the road, out past the light, hurt, unable to move. You can't be by the road and push the call button at the same time. It's one or the other. And I was looking straight out the glass at the call station under the canopy in the full light, and there was nobody there. Nobody was pushing the button, but the voice kept coming. I took my hand off the door. There was no moment where I decided the voice was a lie. It was slower and worse than that. It was my whole body figuring out something my mind wasn't ready to say, the way you know a stair is going to be there in the dark and your foot's already reaching for it. My hand came off the push bar. I stepped back from the glass, and I stood there listening to a woman beg me to come help her, and I did not go, and I felt like the lowest thing that ever walked, because part of me was still dead. Sure, she was real. "Cole," Bethany said. She'd come around the counter. "Cole, somebody's hurt. Why aren't you?" "Don't," I said. "Don't open the door." "What?" She looked at me like I'd slapped her. "There's a lady out there. She's crying. Listen to her. Bethany." I said it flat and hard, the way you say a thing when there's no time to be gentle. "Look at the call station. Under the canopy. You see it?" She looked. "Yeah." "Anybody there?" She looked longer. The voice on the intercom was saying, "Please, please," over and over, and it had started saying, "It's coming back, it's coming back, oh God." In Bethany's face, when she heard that, I watched a 19-year-old's whole idea of the world get a crack put in it. Right there. "There is nobody there," she said. Her voice had gone thin. "But it's how is it the speaker only works if somebody's pushing?" "I know," I said. We stood there. The voice cried. And then, mid-word, mid-please, it stopped. Not faded. Stopped. Clean. Like a wire cut. The little red light over the register went dark, and the silence after it was so total that I could hear the freezer case behind us cycle on, that low familiar hum, the most ordinary sound in the world, and it was horrible. It was like hearing your own house breathe. Bethany started to cry a little, quiet, the way people do when the thing is too big for a reaction the size of a person. "What is that?" she said. "Cole, what is that?" "I don't know," I said, and it was true, and it would stay true. And that not knowing is a thing I carry to this day. I never learned what they were. I only learned what they did. I went and locked the front door. Both bolts. It's a glass door. Understand. A glass door and glass walls front and side. A fishbowl of light in a sea of dark. And locking it was like closing an umbrella against the ocean. But you do what there is to do. Then I went to the back, and I got Dale. The bay was warm and smelled of oil and cold iron, and the particular sweetness of the hand cleaner Dale used, that orange stuff. He was up under the flatbed with a trouble light hung off the frame, and Waylon Jennings was going low on his radio, and when I said his name, he slid out on the creeper and looked at my face and turned the radio off without being asked. That was Dale. He read my face and killed the radio, and that's when I knew for sure that something was wrong, because a man like Dale doesn't get quiet unless the air itself has told him to. "There's something out on the lot," I said, and I told him. The Corolla with the keys swinging, the woman gone, the voice on the intercom that couldn't have been on the intercom. I heard how it sounded, saying it out loud to a 61-year-old man with grease to his elbows, and I braced for him to tell me I was tired, that I was hearing things, that the intercom shorts out and makes noises. "Go drink some coffee, Cole." He didn't. He wiped his hands on a red rag, slow, and he looked at the bay door, which was down, thank God, and he said, low. My granddad worked the Paloma's mine before it closed. "Okay," I said. He told us kids there were things out past the sink that would call to you in your mother's voice, Dale said. He said the Basque herders knew about it, and the Paiute knew about it a long time before the Basque, and the mine company men laughed about it right up until they didn't. He said, you never, ever answer a voice out on the flats at night, even if it's somebody you love, especially then. Waylon was off the radio, and the bay was dead quiet, and I could hear the flatbed tick as it cooled. I always thought it was a story to keep kids out of the desert, Dale said. He folded the rag. He wasn't looking at me now. He was looking at the bay door. There's a lot of stories like that. Keep the kids close. Keep the sheep close. He set the rag down on the fender, careful and slow, like it might wake something. But your intercom don't lie, Cole. That's a machine. A machine either got a signal or it didn't. Then his eyes came up and found mine, and I saw that he was as scared as I was. And somehow that steadied me, because a man doesn't get to be 61 out here by being a coward. And if Dale Kittredge was scared, then being scared was the correct and intelligent thing to be, and I could stop being ashamed of it. Where's the trucker? Dale said, and my stomach dropped, because I'd forgotten Marcus. Marcus was out in his cab, on the edge of the lot, in the dark, alone. We came out of the bay into the store fast. Bethany was at the front glass with both hands cupped around her eyes against the reflection, looking out at the lot, and she said, without turning around, in a voice I didn't like at all, "There's somebody standing by the trucker's truck." I came up beside her, Dale on my other side, 3 of us at the glass, and the glass fogging a little where we breathed. Marcus's rig was parked nose out at the far edge of the lot, maybe 200 feet off, right at the line where the canopy light gave up. The cab was dark. He'd been running the sleeper heater off the batteries, sparing, and he'd have the dome light off to save it. And beside the driver's door, standing in that last thin reach of light, was a figure. Here's what I saw, and I don't fully trust it, because it was at the edge of the light, and the edge of the light is exactly where the eyes lie the most. But this is what I saw. It was tall. Taller than a man, taller than Marcus, and Marcus was a big man. It stood like a man, on 2 legs, and it had the shoulders and the arms of a man, long arms. And it was the color of the dark, so I couldn't tell if it was clothed or not, and I have chosen, most nights, to believe it was clothed. But the head was wrong. The head was long and low, and it came to a point, and it sat forward on the neck, thrust forward and down, the way a dog's head sits, the way a thing that runs on all 4s carries it even when it's standing up on 2 legs and pretending. It was the head of a big canine on the body of a tall man, and it was turned toward the cab, toward the dark window where Marcus was, and it was very, very still. Nobody said anything. There's nothing to say. Your mouth doesn't have words for that because your mouth evolved in a world where that isn't supposed to be. And then it moved, and that was the worst part. Worse than the shape, because it moved wrong. It didn't turn its body. The head came around first, alone, swiveling on that neck further than a neck goes all the way around toward us, toward the lit store, toward the 3 faces at the glass, and then the body followed, unhurried, like an afterthought. It looked at us across 200 feet of dark and lit lot. I couldn't see eyes. I want to be clear that I could not see any eyes, but I felt it find us, each of us, one at a time, the way you feel a spotlight cross you. And Bethany made a sound in her throat and stepped back from the glass, and I heard Dale breathe out through his nose. Slow, the way he'd breathe working a bolt that didn't want to come. "Get away from the glass," Dale said quietly. "Both of you. Now." Slow. We backed away from the front, into the middle of the store, by the coffee island, where the light was brightest and the walls were furthest. "Marcus," Bethany whispered. "Marcus is in there. We have to his radio, the CB. We can call him on the coal. He's just sitting there. He doesn't know." She was right. Marcus had a CB in his cab, and there's a base unit behind our counter, an old Cobra the owner kept for the truckers. Channel 19 always on, crackling to itself all night, with drivers 40 miles off talking about way stations and coffee. I could raise him, I could tell him, lock your doors, don't come out, don't open for anything. It was the right thing, and it was the only thing, and I went for the counter. And that's the mistake. I didn't know it was one yet. Every right thing I did that night was a door I opened without knowing it, because the things out there were smarter than me, and they had been doing this a very long time, and they knew that a good man will always reach for the person in trouble. That's not a flaw they exploited. It's the whole thing. It's the only tool they need. I got behind the counter and keyed the CB. Marcus, I said. Marcus, it's Cole in the store, you copy. Don't come out of your cab. Lock your doors. There's something in the lot. Marcus, do you copy? Static. The long hiss of Channel 19 with nobody on it. Marcus, come back. And then his voice came through, and God help me, it was such a relief for half a second. That big, warm Barstow voice. And it said, Cole? Man, while I'm coming in, my heater quit. It's freezing out here. No, I said. No, Marcus. Stay in the cab. Lock it. Do not come out. I'm already out, man, the voice said. And it laughed. That big laugh. That laugh that had filled the store 2 hours ago, and every hair on me stood up. Because the laugh was right. The laugh was perfect. And it was the most wrong sound I had ever heard. I'm walking up right now, the voice said. Open the door for me. It's cold. Open the door. And through the front glass, out at the edge of the light, Marcus's rig sat dark and still, and nobody was walking up. Nobody was crossing the lot. The lot was empty. The lot was empty, and Marcus's voice was on my radio saying, open the door, it's cold. Why won't you open the door? Bethany had both hands over her mouth. Dale had gone the color of ash, the CB said, in Marcus's voice, dropping the warmth out of it word by word like water going down a drain. Cole, open the door. And then it stopped. And under the static, faint from somewhere I could not locate, I heard the other thing. I heard a sound that no radio made and no man made, a kind of chittering, high and fast and delighted, like laughter run backward. 3 of them. I swear it was 3. 3 separate voices making that sound in the dark, and then nothing. I set the handset down. My hand wasn't working right. They got him, Dale said. It wasn't a question. He said it the way you'd say the flatbed's water pump is shot. Flat, done. A fact you had to build the next hour on top of. They got him, and now they've got his voice. How? Bethany said. Her voice cracked in the middle of the word. How do they have his voice? How? He was just here. He showed me his kids. I know, honey, Dale said, and he put a hand on her shoulder, and it was the gentlest thing, that old grease-black hand on the kid's shoulder. I looked out at the lot. The figure by the truck was gone. That was worse than it being there. When it was there, I knew where it was. 3, I said. I heard 3. Dale nodded slow. There were always 3 in my granddad's telling, he said. Always 3. A hunting number. Enough to circle a thing. I did the math without wanting to. 3 of them. 4 of us, and 1 of us already reduced to a voice on a radio. 200 feet of dark on every side. A glass box full of light in the middle of it, and the nearest help, the sheriff's substation in Ambrose, 1 deputy on nights 11 miles up a road that ran through country those things owned. I picked up the store phone to call it in anyway. 911, you always try, even when the back of your neck already knows. The line was dead. Not a dial tone and no answer, dead, no tone at all, the flat nothing of a cut line. I looked at Bethany's cell on the counter, and mine, and Dale went and got his out of the bay, and all 3 of them showed the same thing, 1 bar flickering to none, SOS only. And when Bethany dialed 911 with shaking hands, it rang once. 1 strange doubled ring, and then a voice answered. And the voice was a woman crying, and it said, please, I'm hurt. I'm out past the pumps, please come. And Bethany dropped the phone on the counter like it had bitten her. They were in the phones now too, or the phones were never going to help and the things just wanted us to know it. Either way, it came to the same place. It came to the 4 glass walls, and the light, and the long dark, and the 3 of us, and a whole night still to get through before the sun. 2:40 a.m. I remember looking at the clock. 2:40 a.m. and dawn a little after 6, and I did that math too. 3.5 hours. 3.5 hours in a fishbowl with the cats outside. We did what people do. We got ready as if getting ready meant anything. Dale took charge of that part, and I was grateful, because Dale had the kind of mind that when it's scared goes toward work, and work is the only thing that saved us. He walked the store once, slow, and I saw him counting the ways in. The front door, glass, 2 bolts. The side glass, floor to ceiling, no way to cover it. The back, through the stockroom, a steel door to the alley behind, 1 deadbolt, and beside it the pass-through into the service bay. And the bay itself, with its big roll-up door, which was down, and which Dale went and checked twice, hauling on the chain to make sure it was seated all the way to the concrete. "Here's what we got," Dale said when he came back. He talked low and steady, laying it out like a work order. "Front's glass, but it's locked, and glass is loud to break. They come through there, we'll hear it. Side glass is the problem, but it's a big open span, nothing to hide behind. They'd have to cross the light to reach it. Back door steel, that's good. Bay door's down and seated. We keep everybody in the middle, in the light, and we keep our backs together. And we do not," he looked at each of us, "we do not go outside, no matter what we hear, no matter whose voice it is. That's the whole game. They can't get in easy, and we don't go out. We just have to be boring until the sun comes up." "Why the sun?" Bethany said. Dale shrugged, and there was something almost like a smile in it, tired and grim. "Everything my granddad ever said about them," he said, ended the same way. "They don't like the light. Not the store light," he nodded at the buzzing tubes overhead. "Real light. Day. Sun. Over the hills." He said the herders would keep a fire till dawn, and at dawn the voices stopped. Maybe it's true. Maybe it's just a thing people told themselves to make the night survivable. He picked up a tire iron off the counter where he'd set it, and he weighed it in his hand. "Either way, dawn's what we got to aim at." So we aim at it. I found things that could be weapons, which in a gas station is a sad little list. The tire iron for Dale, a box cutter for me, and a can of starting fluid from the bay. Ether, which burns, which I did not have a plan for yet, but which I held on to the way you hold on to anything that fights back. For Bethany, I found the fire extinguisher off the wall by the coffee, and I showed her the pin and the trigger. And I told her if anything comes through the glass, you empty that in its face and you run to the back. And she nodded, white, and held it against her chest like it was warm. And then we waited, and that's when they went to work, 'cause they weren't in a hurry. They had all night, and they knew it, and they knew we knew it, and the waiting was the weapon. The intercom came first. 12, it was near 3 by then. I keep slipping. The whole night slid around like that. The intercom light came on, and the woman's voice was back. The first one, the one from the Corolla, crying, "Please." I fell, "I'm so cold," and it went on, and after a while it started using our names. It said, "Cole." It said, "Cole, please, I saw you inside. Please come help me. I know you're a good man. Please." It said, "Bethany." It said, "Bethany, honey, is that you? Thank God, please come out. I'm scared." It had never heard our names. We had never said them out loud where it could hear. But it had them. It said them right. And that's a thing I have never explained and never will. Then Marcus's voice from the CB. Warm, then cold, then warm again, cycling. "Open the door, man, open the door." Then a new one, near 4. A man's voice, older, and Dale went rigid all over when it came through the intercom because it was calling Peg's name. It was Dale's own brother, Roy, who'd been dead 6 years, saying, "Dale, Dale, it's Roy. They got me too, buddy. Come let me in." And Dale stood there with his jaw working, and tears standing in his eyes, and his fist white around that tire iron, and he did not move. And I have never in my life seen anything as brave as a 61-year-old man standing perfectly still while his dead brother begged him through a speaker to come and die. "That's not Roy," he said to himself over and over, so low I could barely hear it. "That's not Roy. That's not Roy." They were sorting us. That's what I understand now. They were going down the line trying keys and locks, seeing which voice worked on which person, which grief was the softest spot, and they were patient about it and thorough, and they had a whole night. The woman for me, Marcus, for all of us because we all liked him, Roy for Dale, And they hadn't found Bethany's yet. They were still trying, and I remember thinking, with a cold that had nothing to do with the March night, please don't let them find hers. She's 19. Please don't let them find the voice that opens her. They came back for me before they found hers. It wouldn't be right to skip that. Around 4, they tried me again, and they didn't use the crying woman this time. They'd learned that one didn't work on me anymore. The intercom light came on, and there was a little pause, a considering pause, and then out of the speaker came a child's voice, a girl's, 9 years old, breathless, and it said, "Dad, Dad." Guess what? What that did to me, I can't fully put into words. The woman, Marcus, Roy, Kayla, maybe those a man could stand against if he kept his head. And maybe they were for me, because they weren't mine. But when that speaker said, "Dad," guess what? In Marisol's voice, in my daughter's exact voice. The little breathless run-up she does before she tells you about the horse. I was across the store with my hand on the door before I knew I'd moved. I had the bolt half thrown. I was not thinking she's 140 miles away asleep in a house with a green door. I was not thinking anything. I was a father, and my child's voice was in the cold and dark, and every cell I have was going to her. Dale got me, same as I'd gotten Bethany. He came off the floor with that bad hip of his, and he got both arms around me from behind, and he put his mouth by my ear, and he said, low and hard, "She's in Fallincole. She's home. She's asleep. That ain't her. That is not her." And I fought him. I'm ashamed of it. I fought a 61-year-old man to get to a door with a monster behind it, and he held on and he kept saying it. "She's home. She's asleep. That ain't her." Until the words got through the wall the voice had built, and I heard them. And I stopped. And I stood there shaking with the bolt half thrown, and my daughter's voice out in the dark saying, "Dad, why won't you come? Dad, I'm scared. Come get me." And I put the bolt back, and I slid down the door onto the floor, and I put my hands over my ears like a kid. And Dale sat down on the floor next to me and kept one hand on my shoulder and did not say anything else. Because there wasn't anything else. There was just his hand on my shoulder and the two of us on the floor while the thing wore my daughter and begged. I owe Dale my life twice over, and his name deserves to be said plain. Dale Kittredge. He put his mouth by my ear and gave me my daughter's real location like a lifeline and hauled me back up it hand over hand. That's worth holding on to for later, for what they did to him. They found Bethany's around 4:30. The intercom went quiet for a while, a long while, 10 minutes, 15, and the quiet was almost worse. And then the light came on, and a voice came through, young, a girl's, and it said, "Beth," and Bethany's whole body changed. I saw it happen. I saw her come up off the floor, where she'd been sitting against the counter, up onto her knees, the extinguisher forgotten in her lap, and her face just opened, the way a face opens for one person and no other, and she said, in a whisper, "Kayla." "Beth," the voice said. "It's Kayla. Where are you?" "I've been looking everywhere. My car died out on the road, and I walked and walked." "Beth, I'm at your work. I'm right outside. Why's the door locked? Let me in. It's freezing." "Who's Kayla?" I said, quiet, moving toward Bethany slow, the way you move toward someone standing at the edge of a roof. "My sister," Bethany said, and her voice was far away, dreaming. She was Bethany," I said. "Bethany, look at me." "She died," Bethany said, and the tears came down her face without her seeming to know it. 2 years ago. The truck on the highway. She died, but that's her coal, that's her voice, that's exactly, I'd know her anywhere, that's Kayla. And she was up on her feet, and she was walking toward the front door. Not fast. Slow, dreaming, drawn, the extinguisher slipping out of her arms and hitting the floor with a bang that didn't even make her flinch, one hand coming up toward the glass, toward the dark beyond it, where her dead sister's voice was saying, "Beth, Beth, hurry, I can see you. Come open the door. I've missed you so much. Come let me in." I got between her and the door. I put my back against the glass, and I took her by both shoulders. And she looked through me, past me, at the dark, and she said, "Please, Cole, it's my sister. It's Kayla, please." And I have never had to do anything harder than hold a crying 19-year-old girl back from the last voice of the only person she'd ever held her. Dale came and got her other side, and the voice out there changed. The way they changed, it felt us blocking the door, and the sweetness went out of it, and it got fast and wheedling, and then when that didn't work, it got angry, and Kayla's voice out in the dark started to scream, started to say, "Let me in, Beth, let me in, why won't you let me in?" And it stopped sounding like a girl at all somewhere in the screaming. It slid down into that chittering, that backward laughter, and Bethany came apart in our arms, and we held her on the floor in the middle of the light, while the thing that had worn her sister raged and gibbered outside the glass, and then went quiet and was gone. That was the closest they came, with the voices. That was the one that nearly worked. If I'd been in the bathroom. If Dale had been in the bay, she'd have walked out that door into the dark, and we'd never have known which voice took her. I think about that. I think about how the only thing that saved that girl's life was that two other people happened to be standing close enough to grab her, and how that's all any of it ever is. Out here, people standing close enough to grab each other. But they didn't only try the voices. Around 5, and the voices weren't working, they came at the glass. The first one hit the side glass so fast I didn't see it cross the light. 1 second the lot was empty, and the next there was a body against the glass, full length, arms spread, that long wrong head cocked sideways against the pane, and the whole wall of glass boomed and flexed and held. Bethany screamed. Dale had the tire iron up, and the thing hung there against the glass a second closer than it had ever been, and I got my one good look at it, and I have spent 3 years wishing I hadn't. The skin where the light hit it wasn't fur and wasn't skin. It was both and neither, patchy. The gray tan of a coyote in some places, and the gray pink of a man's bare shoulder in others, stretched over a frame that had too much length in it, too much reach in the arms. The joints set a hair off from where a man's joints go. The head against the glass was long, a muzzle, teeth I could see the roots of, and the eye, one eye, turned flat against the pane. Looking in the eye was not an animal's eye, and it was not a man's. It was worse than both, because it was watching us with a mind in it, a cold, amused, patient mind, and it knew exactly what it was doing to us, and it was enjoying it. Then it was gone, off the glass, back into the dark, and the wall stopped ringing. They did that for a while. Hit and gone. Testing. One would slam the front door and be gone before we turned. Another the side glass. Another up on the roof. We heard it up there. Feet, or something like feet, crossing the flat roof over the coolers. They weren't trying to break in yet, I don't think. The glass would have cost them, and they knew it. They were wearing us down. They were making sure we spent whatever we had left on fear, so that by the time they came for real, there'd be nothing in us but exhaustion. And it was working. Bethany was past talking. Dale's hands had a tremor in them that hadn't been there at midnight. And me, I was doing the thing I do, the thing I did the whole marriage, the thing that lost me, the marriage. I was going somewhere cold and far back behind my own eyes, where I could keep working while everything else fell apart. I was counting minutes to dawn. I was watching the black glass on the east side, the side that faced the hills, waiting for the first gray. 5:05. 5:12. It doesn't move when you watch it. It never moves when you watch it. At 5:20, the bay door started to go up. We heard the chain, and that heavy industrial rattle, the roll-up door in the service bay lifting, and Dale's face, he'd seated that door himself, hauled it down to the concrete and checked it twice. And now it was going up, and that meant one of them had gotten hold of the chain from outside somehow, or gotten under, or didn't matter how. The bay was the soft spot, and I'd known it, and we'd all known it, and now the bay was opening. "I'll go," Dale said. "No," I said. "It's my bay," Dale said, and he was already moving, tire iron in one hand, and there was no arguing with him. There was no time. The chain was rattling, and cold desert air was already coming through the pass-through from the bay. "Get the girl in the stockroom," he said, "behind the steel door. Lock it." He looked back at me once. "Cole." The starting fluid. Bring the starting fluid and the torch off my bench, now. And here's the thing that saved us, and the thing that cost us, and they were the same thing, because that's how that night worked, every single time. The bay had a pilot light. Dale ran a salamander heater in the bay in winter, a big propane thing on a stand, and it ran off a 20-pound tank, and it had a standing pilot that was always lit, a little blue tongue of flame down low by the floor that he kept going all season, and the bay was full of the smell of it, propane and gasoline and solvent, and the rag bin in the corner soaked with years of oil. The whole room a lungful of things that want very badly to burn and are only waiting to be asked. I got Bethany up. I put her through into the stockroom. I told her, lock this and don't open it for my voice or anybody's voice. Only open it when you hear me and Dale and its light out, all three, you understand. And she grabbed my arm and said, don't go. And I said, I have to. And I closed the steel door on her white face, and I heard the deadbolt go, and then I went into the bay after Dale, because you do not let a 61-year-old man go into the dark alone. Not if you're the man I was trying my whole life to be. The bay door was up about 4 feet. The cold poured under it, and in the gap folded down low, coming under the door on those 2 long arms, with that head hung forward, was one of them, in the bay. Inside, in Dale's bay, under the trouble light he'd left burning over the flatbed, and in that hard white work light there was nowhere for it to hide, and no edge of the dark to lie to me from, and I saw all of it. And it saw us, and it came up off its crouch to its full terrible height between us and the flatbed, and it opened that mouth, and out of it came Bethany's voice saying, Cole, help me. Help me, Cole, from the throat of the thing standing 10 feet in front of me, while the real Bethany was locked behind steel at my back. They mimic to the end. Even cornered, even then. It's just what they are. Dale went at it with the tire iron. He was fast for an old man, faster than I'd have guessed, and he caught it across that long head with a swing that would have dropped a steer, and the thing screamed its own sound, finally. That backward, chittering scream. Not anybody's voice now, and it turned on him, and it was so much faster than us, so much faster. It had him against the flatbed with one of those long arms before I could cross the floor. I had the starting fluid, ether, a whole can of it, and I had Dale's propane torch off the bench, the striker torch he used for brazing, and I got it lit. My hands were steady. I'll never understand why my hands were steady right then, when they'd shaken all night. I got the torch lit with a pop and a blue hiss, and I aimed the starting fluid past Dale's shoulder at the thing's head and its patchy hide, a long spray of it, and I put the torch into the stream. It went up like the desert had been waiting all night to say yes. The ether caught, and the spray became a rope of fire that hit the thing full in the face and chest, and it let go of Dale and reeled back, and it was burning, really burning, the patchy hide going up, and it flailed, and it hit the salamander heater and knocked it over, and the pilot light kissed the gas that was already in the air, and the propane line, and the oil-soaked rag bin in the corner, and the whole back of the bay came up in a wall of heat that threw me on the floor. The thing was in the middle of it, screaming, both voices at once now, its own, and underneath, a horrible ragged echo of everybody it had ever eaten, a chorus of stolen voices coming apart in the fire. The woman, and Marcus, and Roy, and Kayla, all screaming out of one burning throat, and then the tank went not a movie explosion, a hard flat whump that blew the bay door the rest of the way up off its track, and the thing that had worn all those voices came apart in the fire and stopped being anything at all. I had Dale by the collar. I was dragging him back toward the pass-through, both of us on the floor, the heat cooking the backs of my hands. And we got through into the store, and I kicked the pass-through shut, and the bay behind it was a furnace, roaring the whole back of the crossroads going up, And I thought distantly, in that cold, far back place, the fire will bring somebody. Somebody in Ambrose will see the fire. And then Dale grabbed my wrist hard, and I looked at him, and I saw the arm. The thing had gotten him when it had him against the flatbed. His left forearm was laid open, deep, worse than I could look at, and he was gray and going grayer, and the fire was roaring, and there were still two of them out in the dark. I got Dale into the store proper, away from the pass-through, which was already too hot to touch. I banged on the stockroom door, and I said, "Bethany, it's Cole. It's Cole and Dale, open it." And there was a long, terrible second where I thought the thing had already gotten her voice trick into her head and she'd never open for anybody again. And then the bolt went and the door opened, and her face, when she saw Dale's arm, she didn't scream. That surprised me. She'd screamed at shadows all night, and now, with the real thing, the blood, she went quiet and steady and useful. And I understood that the screaming had been the fear of what might be coming, and now that it was here, there was nothing left to be afraid of, only work. We got Dale down on the floor behind the counter in the light, and Bethany got the first aid kit off the wall, the sad little OSHA box, and we did what we could, which wasn't enough. A whole roll of gauze, and then paper towels, and then, when those soaked through, the clean shop rags out of the box, and I tied it off above the wound with the cord off a phone charger, cinched down hard. And Dale hissed through his teeth and said, "Dry as ever. Well, that's my brazing hand," and he tried to smile, and that smile just about finished me. The bay was burning behind the pass-through, and the heat of it came through the wall, and the smoke started to gather up at the ceiling. And part of me knew we couldn't stay in a burning building, and part of me knew we couldn't go outside. And between those two things, there was a small amount of time and no good place to spend it. But the fire, I kept thinking, the fire is a light. The fire is a big light. And Dale, gray on the floor, his good hand gripping mine, said it before I could, because he was always a step ahead. They don't like fire. They won't come near the bayside now. Keep the fire between us and the dark side. Get to the front corner, farthest from the hills. That's where the sun comes first. We moved him. God, moving him. We got him up against the front corner, the northeast corner, the coffee island at our backs, and the fire roaring orange through the pass-through 50 feet off, throwing more light now than the fluorescent tubes, throwing our shadows huge and jumping up the glass. And out past the glass, in the leaping firelight, at the edge where the light still gave out, the last two of them paced. I could see them now, when the fire flared, pacing, back and forth along the line of the light. That long lope, those hung heads, keeping to the dark, and I understood Dale was right. The fire had changed something. They weren't rushing us anymore. They were pacing the edge, like the fire had drawn a line they didn't want to cross. And all we had to do was keep the fire alive and keep to the light, and wait for the gray in the east. 5:40, the smoke thickening, Dale's hand getting colder in mine. "Talk to me, Dale," I said. "Tell me about Peg." And he did, in a voice getting thinner but not stopping. He told me about Peg, how they met at a dance in Winnemucca in the year 1981, how she'd worn a yellow dress, how she still had it, how her kidneys were bad now, but she was tough, tougher than him. She'd outlived them all, and he needed to get home to give her the pills at 7. She couldn't reach the top shelf. And I said, "You'll be home by 7, Dale. We're almost there. Look at the glass. It's getting gray." And it wasn't, not yet, but I said it, and he squeezed my hand. They took him at 5:51. I know the time. I looked at the clock right after, the way you do, the way I'd looked at it all night, like the clock could hold the night together if I just kept checking it. Here's what happened, as near as I can tell it, and I've told it to myself so many times that I no longer fully trust the telling, but this is what I've got. The fire in the bay had eaten through to the propane on the other tanks, or the fuel line under the island, I don't know which, and there was a second blast back in the bay that blew the pass-through door clean off and sent a gout of flame and smoke rolling across the ceiling toward us, and it dropped the light. For a second, 2 seconds, the smoke rolled down over us, and the firelight went dark and orange and choking, and I couldn't see. I had my arm up over my face, and in those 2 seconds of smoke and no light, one of them crossed the room. I never saw it come. That's the thing. It didn't break the glass. I think it came through the bay, through the fire, because they'd take a burn to get one of us. They decided we'd cost them enough, and it came through the smoke where the light had dropped, and it took Dale. It took him by the wounded arm. I had his other hand. I felt him go. I felt the pull, one hard pull, harder than anything, and his hand went out of mine. His cold hand just slid out of mine, and I grabbed for him and got a fistful of his shirt, and it tore, and I heard Dale, the real Dale, one time, say my name, say Cole, not scared. That's the thing I hold on to, and the thing that wrecks me. He didn't sound scared. He sounded like a man who'd already done the math and come out the far side of it. He said Cole in the tone you'd use to say it's all right. And then the smoke cleared, and the light came back up, and he was gone. Dragged back through, the burning passed through, into the bay, into the fire, into the dark on the far side of the fire. Gone, I would have gone after him. I want that known. I was up and moving toward the fire, and Bethany had both arms around me from behind, this little 19-year-old girl, and she was screaming, don't, he's gone. You go in there, you die, don't. And she was right, and I hated her for being right, and she held on to me with everything she had while I tried to walk into a fire after a dead man. And if she hadn't, I'd have burned. And that's twice that night that people standing close enough to grab each other was the only thing between somebody and the dark. He was gone. There was nothing in the bay but fire. And out past the glass, on the dark side, I saw them, both of them now, the last two moving away, low and fast, out toward the sink, out toward the dry lake bed. And they were carrying something between them, low to the ground. And I made myself not look at what it was. I made myself look east instead, at the glass on the hillside, and the glass on the hillside was gray. It was gray. The sun wasn't up, but the sky over the Palomas had gone from black to that flat, pale ash gray that comes before it, that first thinning, and the two shapes going out across the flats were harder to see now against the paling ground. And by the time the top edge of the sun came up orange over the mine head frame, there was nothing out on the sink at all. Nothing. Just the dry white lake bed going pink, and a set of drag marks in the alkali dust running out toward the middle of it, out to where I couldn't see, and the ordinary desert morning coming up over all of it, like nothing had happened, like the world hadn't come off its hinges at 2 a.m, like a good man hadn't slid out of my hand into the fire. The fire took the whole back half of the crossroads. The Ambrose Volunteer Department got there a little after 7, and the county after that, and by then it was full day, and the two of us were sitting on the curb by the dead pumps wrapped in the shiny blankets they give you, and I was holding a piece of Dale's shirt in my fist and couldn't make my fingers open. We told him a version. You learn quick which version a sheriff's deputy can write down. Electrical fire in the bay. Marcus Fell, trucker, missing, presumed caught in the initial blast, though they never found enough of him to say. Dale Kittredge, mechanic, missing, presumed the same. A woman named Ellen Pruitt, whose silver Corolla with the K plate sat untouched at pump 7 through the whole fire, missing, last seen nobody knew. 3 people the desert took in one night, is what went in the report, more or less. And there's a kind of horror story the desert's been telling about itself for 100 years that a report like that fits into just fine. And so nobody looked at me and Bethany too hard, and we let them not. I never told the true version to anybody official. I told Bethany I'd back whatever she said, and she said the fire, and so we said the fire. She moved to Reno that spring, like she'd wanted, and she did hair, last I heard, and we don't talk, because what would we say? But I sent her a card at Christmas that first year that just said, "Thank you for grabbing me," and she sent one back that said, "Thank you for grabbing me," and I think that's the whole of what there is to say between two people who held on to each other in the dark, and only one of the three they were holding for made it to the light. I went and saw Peg. That was the hardest thing I ever did that wasn't the night itself. I sat in her kitchen and I did not tell her the truth. I told her Dale died fast in the fire and didn't suffer, and she made me coffee with hands that shook, 70 years old and shaking, and she reached the pills down off the top shelf herself, and I watched her do it, and I had to leave before she saw my face. She kept the yellow dress. She showed it to me. I don't know why that stays with me, except that it's true, and it won't leave me. Marisol turned 10 that summer. I paid off the support, all of it, caught all the way up the county, cut me a check for the wages, and there was a small thing from the owner's insurance for what happened, and I put every dollar of it toward the arrears, because if that night taught me anything, it taught me that the voice of somebody you love is the most dangerous and the most necessary thing in the world, and I was not going to be a man who lost the sound of his own kid because he got behind on a check. Dana let me start doing Sundays in person after that. I drive up. Marisol shows me the horse drawings. Still ash, still gray. I keep them in the truck now, not a locker. I look at them at red lights. I don't work nights anymore. I couldn't say I made a decision about it. I just never worked another one. But here's the thing. Here's why the whole long night stays with me, and not just the part where a building burned. A couple weeks ago, it's been 3 years now. 3 years. This coming March, I drove Marisol back from Fallon later than I like, because she had a school thing, and it ran long. And the quickest way home from the highway junction runs right past the crossroads, or what's left of it, which is a slab and a canopy and a couple of dead pumps. The county never hauled off. It was dark, past 10. She was asleep in the back with her head against the window, and I had the radio low, and I came down the grade toward the junction with the sink opening up flat and pale on my right the way it does, catching a little starlight, and I slowed the way you slow past a graveyard without deciding to. And I had my window cracked, because I do that. I keep a window cracked at night. Now I have to. I can't stand a sealed car in the dark, and the desert air came in cold and dry and smelling of sage and cold stone, and over the sound of the tires out across the sink, from a long way off, from out in the middle of the dry lake bed where the drag marks went that morning, I heard a voice. It was Dale's voice. It was Dale's voice, and it was calling, easy and unhurried, carrying across all that flat empty ground the way sound does out there at night, and it wasn't scared. It never was. It said my name the way he said it that last time, gentle, like it was alright, like everything was alright, Cole. It said, out of the dark, out of the middle of the sink where no living man was standing. Cole, Cole, come on out here. Come give me a hand. And in the back seat, my daughter stirred against the glass, and she didn't wake, but she made a small sound, and I put my window up and I kept driving, and I did not slow down again, and I did not answer. Story 2. The regular. The buzz in the fluorescent over aisle 7 had a hitch in it that night, a little stutter every few seconds, like it was clearing its throat before it said something. I had been meaning to put in a work order on that ballast for a month. I kept a list of things like that in my head, the flicker over the vitamins, the cold spot near the dairy case, the automatic door that opened on its own sometimes when there was nobody there. And I kept telling myself I'd get to all of them. And I never did, because the night shift at a Value-Right drugstore is mostly waiting, and waiting has a way of eating your good intentions. It was a little after 1 a.m. Wednesday, technically, though on the graveyard shift, the days all run together into one long gray stretch that only ends when you finally climb into bed at 9 in the morning with the blackout curtains pulled and your body still humming from the coffee. I was behind the pharmacy counter. On the far side of the metal grill we pulled down over the drug shelves at close, counting out a bottle of amoxicillin for a will call that probably wouldn't get picked up until noon. 30 capsules. I counted them twice because I always counted them twice. My mother taught me that. back when her hands still worked and her mind still worked, and she was the one behind a counter, and I was the kid doing homework on an upturned milk crate in the stock room. My name's Danny. Danielle. On my badge, on my checks, on the little laminated Nevada pharmacy technician card I kept in my wallet behind a photo of my mother from before. I was 38 that year, and I'd been telling people I was leaving Calder Springs for 11 of them. Calder Springs takes some explaining. It's the kind of town that exists because a road goes through it and then keeps going. 2 exits off US 95, up in the high desert where the Sierra rain shadow leaves everything the color of an old bone. There's the strip mall where our store sat between a nail place and a payday loan office, both dark at that hour. There's the Lucky Nickel, the casino that closed in 2009 when the interstate traffic dried up, sitting out at the edge of town with its windows soaped over, and its big sign, the winking prospector, the cartoon donkey, dead and rusting. There's Calder Wash, the dry riverbed that runs behind the strip mall, a wide gravel scar full of tumbleweed and shopping carts that floods maybe once every 10 years when the monsoon comes hard. And behind all of it, west of town, there's the Ridge. Everybody just called it the Ridge. It went up dark and treeless into the Tokima country, and the coyotes lived up there, and the wind came down off it at night, carrying the smell of sage and dust and something colder underneath. And when I was a girl, the older kids said things about the Ridge that I won't repeat, because they were the kind of things kids say, and they never meant anything. I was saving to get my mother and me out. That was the whole shape of my life that year, the whole of it. She had the dementia early, the doctor said, though there was nothing early about the way it took her. It came on like weather, and I'd moved back into the house on Sutter Street to look after her. And I worked nights, because nights paid a shift differential of $2.10 an hour, more than days, and because Renata came at 7 in the morning to sit with Mom, and I could be home by 9:30. $2.10 an hour doesn't sound like much, but I'd done the math 1,000 times in my head behind that counter. Over a year it came to something. Over 3 years it came to enough to put a deposit on a place in Reno, near the Good Memory Care facility, near my cousin, near a life that wasn't this one. I had a number in my head. I was maybe 14 months from the number. I thought about the number the way some people think about God. So that's me, counting amoxicillin at 1 in the morning, 14 months from getting out, listening to the light stutter over aisle 7. There were 4 other people in that store with me, and they need setting down before the rest of it because they mattered. And because after that night, I've never once been able to think about any of them without my chest going tight, and it seems important that they be remembered the way they were when they were still just people at a job. Reuben was on the floor, 22, quick, always in motion. The kind of kid who couldn't stand still at a register, so he'd straighten the gum rack, face the cigarette cartons, wipe down the belt, anything. He was taking his prerequisites at the community college over in Tonopah, driving 40 minutes each way 3 days a week because he wanted to be a paramedic. He had a way of narrating his own life that should have been annoying and somehow wasn't. Watch this, watch this. I'm gonna get all these receipts in the drawer in one motion. He'd show me the veins on his forearm and tell me which ones were good for an IV, which he'd learned in his EMT class. And I'd tell him to stop showing me his arms and go check the cooler temps. He called me Miss Danny, even though I asked him not to. His mother cleaned rooms at the motel out by the interstate, and he sent her part of every check, and he didn't think I knew that, but Kylie told me. Kylie was 19 and worked the front register and the photo counter that nobody used anymore. She had a ring through her septum, and a vape she wasn't supposed to hit inside, and a mouth on her that had gotten her fired from the Lucky Nichols gift shop in its last dying year. And under all of that, she was scared of the dark in a way she'd have died before admitting. She left every light on in the store that she could get away with. She parked right under the lot's one working pole lamp. She was smarter than the job, and she knew it, and she hadn't figured out yet what to do about it, and I recognized that because I'd been her, more or less, and I'd figured out what to do about it, which was nothing, which was to still be here 20 years later. I never told her that. I told her she should take a class. She told me to mind my business, but not meanly. Al ran security. Contract guy from a company out of Reno that put a rent-a-cop in half the retail in 3 counties. Al Cordova, 61, a big soft man who'd done 20 years as a corrections officer down at the state prison in Ely before his knees gave out, and who now sat on a stool by the front doors from 10 to 6 with a thermos of coffee the size of a fire extinguisher and a paperback western and a radio he almost never used. He didn't carry a gun. Contract guards at a drugstore don't. He carried a flashlight and a can of pepper spray and 40 years of knowing how to talk to people who didn't want to be talked to. He had grandkids and sparks whose school pictures he kept in his wallet and would show you whether you asked or not. He called the store the shop. Slow night at the shop, he'd say, every night like it was the first time he'd thought of it. I loved Al. I want to say that plainly. I loved that big tired man, and I didn't know it until it was too late to tell him. And there was Odell, back in the stock room running the truck. Odell had stocked the shelves of that store, or the store that stood there before it was a value right, since before I was born. He was 70 years old, and he moved pallets with a hand truck like a man half his age, slow and certain. And he knew where everything went, and how everything worked, and where the bodies were buried, which in a town like Calder Springs is not always a figure of speech. He'd grown up here. His people had been here when it was a mining camp, and then a railroad water stop, and then nothing, and then this. He didn't talk much. When he did, you listened, because he'd earned it. It was Odell, later, who said the word out loud that none of the rest of us would. But I'm getting ahead. 5 of us, one long fluorescent night. The buzz over aisle 7 with its little hitch. That's the world before. It was ordinary. I keep coming back to how ordinary it was. The first wrong thing was so small I almost didn't log it. And I log everything. It's the counting, the twice counting. It's in me. At about 1:20, the automatic doors at the front chimed and slid open. That in itself wasn't strange. They did it sometimes. The sensor was old. Kylie called it the store's imaginary friend. But this time Al looked up from his western, and he stood, which he almost never did for the phantom opening, and he walked a few steps toward the doors and looked out into the lot. I could see him from the pharmacy, down the long center aisle, framed between the racks. He stood there a while, then he sat back down. What was it? Kylie called from the front register. Coyote, maybe? Al said. Something moved out by the cart corral. He turned a page. Long way from the ridge for a coyote. I remember thinking, that was a funny thing to say. Long way from the ridge, like he'd measured it, like the distance mattered. But the light stuttered over aisle 7, and I went back to my will call, and the thought went where thoughts go. The second wrong thing came maybe 20 minutes later, and it came from the mirrors. We had the convex security mirrors up in the corners, the big round ones, silvered and bulging, that let me see down the aisles from behind the counter. Every store has them. You stop noticing them. They turn the whole store into a fishbowl. Everything curved and far away and slightly swimming, and after a few years your eye learns to read them without thinking, the way you read a rear view. I glanced up at the one over the back corner, near the pharmacy, out of the pure habit of a woman who's alone with the narcotics behind a grill and likes to know who's in her store. And in the mirror, at the far end of aisle 9, the seasonal aisle, half of it still beach stuff nobody'd bought, the other half already turning over to the Halloween junk. Even though it was only the first week of September in the mirror, there was a figure, tall, standing very still between the shelves. I looked away from the mirror, down the actual aisle, with my actual eyes. Nobody there. I looked back at the mirror. The figure was gone. Now, I want to be fair to myself and fair to the truth, because the two aren't always the same. It was 1:40 in the morning. I'd been on since 10. The mirrors bend everything. They show you a mannequin, and your tired brain makes it a person. A cardboard cutout of some actor holding a razor, and your brain makes it a man. It happens. It had happened to me before. I told myself all of that in about a second and a half, and I believed it because believing it was easier than the alternative, and I went back to work, and my hands did the counting. And some animal part of me at the base of my skull did not go back to work at all. It stayed up. It kept watching the mirror. That animal part of you is old. Older than the town, older than the ridge. It knows things the rest of you argues with. That night mine was already saying one word, over and over, too quiet for me to hear yet. Wrong, wrong, wrong. At 1:55, Merle came in. I heard the chime and the doors, and I heard Al say, "Evening, Merle," in that easy way he had, and I felt my shoulders come down, because Merle coming in was the most normal thing in the world. Merle Ostrander came in every single night. Had for years. He was a widower, lived alone, out on the Tonopah Highway in a double wide with a satellite dish and 3 dogs. And he had a heart condition. And every night, God's truth. You could set a clock by it. He came in between 1:30 and 2 in the morning for one thing. He came in for his wife's roses. That's not right. Let me tell it right. He came in for the flowers, the little wax-papered bunches of grocery store carnations and mums we kept in a refrigerated case up front by the greeting cards. He bought one bunch every night, and every morning on his way to breakfast at the truck stop, he laid them on his wife's grave out at the Calder Springs cemetery, which sat on a low rise between the town and the wash. Ada Ostrander had been dead 6 years. Merle had bought her flowers every night for 6 years. Kylie thought it was the saddest thing she'd ever heard. I thought it was the most faithful. Al thought it was both, and Al was right, because Al was usually right about people. Merle also picked up a prescription with the flowers, most nights his heart pills, his blood thinner, whatever the VA had him on that month, and it was usually me who rang it through the pharmacy. And we'd talk for a minute while I did. About the dogs. About the weather coming down off the ridge. About my mother, whom he'd known, back when. He was a small, neat man, 70-some, always in a pressed western shirt with pearl snaps, even at 2 in the morning, always with his gray hair combed wet and his reading glasses in his breast pocket. He smelled like Old Spice and cough drops. He had a way of tapping the counter twice with 2 fingers when he was getting ready to leave, like he was knocking on a door, and then he'd say, "Well, and go." So when I heard the chime and heard Al say, "Evening, Merle," everything in me relaxed because it was 2 a.m. and here was the most reliable thing at Calder Springs, right on schedule. And then I looked up at the convex mirror over the front, the big one that showed the whole front of the store, the doors and the flower case and the registers, and I saw what came in, and my hands stopped counting on their own before my mind had any idea why. In the mirror, the thing standing just inside the doors was too tall. That's the first thing my eye caught and couldn't let go of. Merle Ostrander was a small man, 5'6" in his boots. The shape in the mirror stood a head over where Merle's head should have been, like Merle on stilts, like Merle stretched, and the proportions were off in a way I couldn't name in that first half second. The arms too long, the neck doing something a neck shouldn't, and the whole figure had a kind of shimmer or blur to it at the edges, the way heat comes off blacktop, except it was 2 in the morning in September and cold. I looked away from the mirror and down the aisle at the actual front of the store with my actual eyes, and there was Merle. Just Merle. Small and neat in a pressed shirt, gray hair combed wet, standing at the flower case with his back to me, reaching for a bunch of carnations. 5'6". Old Spice, probably, if I'd been close enough. Al nodding at him from the stool. Kylie not even looking up from her phone. I looked at the mirror. Tall, wrong, shimmering. I looked at the aisle. Merle, mirror, aisle, mirror, aisle. My eyes went back and forth like I was watching a tennis match and my stomach was going down an elevator shaft. Because both things were true at once, and one of them was a lie, and every cell in my body was screaming at me which one, and the lie was the one my eyes wanted to believe, because the lie was the kind one. The lie was the one where the world still made sense. The mirror's bent, I told myself. The mirror bends everything. It's a bad mirror over a cold flower case, and it's 2 in the morning and you're tired. Danny, you're so tired. But I count things twice for a reason. I don't trust the first look. I've never trusted the first look. And the second look, the one I make myself take, has saved me more than once in my life. A pill I'd almost miscounted, a decimal in a dosage, a car in a blind spot. The second look is the discipline my mother beat into me back when she still had a mind to beat things with. So I took the second look. I made myself really look at Merle, the real Merle, down the aisle with everything I had. And that's when I saw that the second look was worse, because Merle wasn't moving right. He had a bunch of flowers in his hand. Now, I hadn't seen him pick them up. That was the first thing. His hand was just full of flowers, like the motion in between had been skipped, like a frame cut out of a film. And he was standing stone still, holding them, facing the case. And then he turned around to come pay, the way he did every night, and the turn was wrong. It was too smooth and too fast, and it happened all at once. His whole body pivoting like a mannequin spun on a base. No weight shift, no little old man care with the knees. And when he was facing me down the length of the store, he stood there a second too long, holding the flowers against his chest, and he was smiling. Merle didn't smile much. He was a widower, buying his dead wife flowers at 2 in the morning. The man had a kind smile, but he spent it carefully. This smile was too wide. It sat on his face like something set down on a shelf. And under the fluorescence from 90 feet away, I couldn't see his eyes right. They were just dark. They were just 2 dark places under his combed wet hair. And the light stuttered over aisle 7. Hitch, hitch. And Merle Ostrander started walking toward the pharmacy counter to pick up a prescription, and every step was a fraction too long, a fraction too smooth, gliding, like a man walking on a boat deck, like a man being carried. "Pharmacy still open, Miss Danny?" he called out, and it was his voice. That's the thing I can't make anybody understand. It was Merle's voice exactly, the West Nevada drawl. The little rasp from 60 years of Pall Malls he'd supposedly quit. "Pharmacy still open, Miss Danny." Except Merle never called me Miss Danny. That was Reuben. Merle called me Danielle, always, the full thing, out of an old man's courtliness. Miss Danny Times was Reuben's name for me. Reuben, who was 30 feet away straightening the gum rack. Reuben, whose voice carried in that store all night long. It had heard Reuben say it, and it had kept it, and it had put it in Merle's mouth to make me feel at home. I don't know how I knew that in that instant, but I knew it the way you know you've stepped on a stair that isn't there. My whole body knew it. And I did the only thing my body would let me do, which was nothing. I stood there behind the grill with a bottle of amoxicillin in my hand, and I did not move, and I did not breathe, and I watched Merle Ostrander glide up the center aisle toward me, smiling his set-down smile, holding his dead wife's flowers, and I thought plainly, in a voice that was my own and also older than me, that is not Merle. Merle is dead. That is wearing him. Behind me, in the back of the store, I heard the loading dock's roll door rattle in its track, once, like something had leaned on it from the outside. And then it was quiet again, except for the buzz, hitch, hitch, and the soft glide of boots that weren't boots on a floor that had become the whole world. What I did was this, and I've gone over it 10,000 times, and I don't know if it was smart or just lucky, and I've decided it doesn't matter which. I set down the amoxicillin. I did it slow. Some part of me had decided that fast movements were a bad idea, the way they're a bad idea around a strange dog, and I've never once regretted trusting that part of me. And I picked up the pharmacy phone, the one on the counter, and I did not dial 911, which is what you're supposed to do, which is what I'd have told anybody to do. I dialed the store extension for the front register, 3 digits. I watched the thing that was wearing Merle come up the aisle, and I put the phone to my ear, and I heard Kylie's phone ring at the front, and I watched her, 60 feet away, sigh and pick it up. "Front," she said, bored, popping her gum. "Kylie," I said. I kept my voice low and even, and I kept my eyes on Merle, who was maybe 40 feet away now and slowing down, his head tilting, like he'd heard something, like he'd heard the pitch of my voice change. "Kylie, listen to me, and don't look at me. Don't look at the pharmacy. Look at your register. To her enormous credit, I have thanked God for this 100 times she didn't look up. Something in my voice reached the animal part of her, too. She said, "Uh-huh," light and bored, like I was telling her about a schedule change. "The man at the flowers," I said. "The one Al called Merle. Don't look at him." "Is Al still by the door?" "Yeah," she said, chewing. "Brilliant girl." "Why? What's up?" "I need you to walk back to the pharmacy," I said. "Right now, slow, like you're bringing me a price check. Bring Reuben. Tell him it's a price check on a controlled, and you both have to sign. Do not run. Do not look at Merle. Can you do that?" There was a pause. Just a second. And in that second I watched the thing wearing Merle stop dead still, 40 feet from me, in the middle of the center aisle under the buzzing light, and turn its head, just its head, its body staying square to me. Turn its head all the way to the side to look at Kylie at the front register. Its head kept turning. Next, don't do that. I want to be clear. A man's head turns so far, and then his shoulders have to come along. This head turned like a knob, smooth and far, until Merle Ostrander's kind old face was looking back over Merle Ostrander's shoulder at a 19-year-old girl 60 feet away, and it held there, and the flowers were crushed against its chest, and I heard the paper crinkle, and Kylie, God love her, still hadn't looked up. "Yeah," Kylie said finally into the phone, and I heard the fear come into her voice now, just a thread of it, because she'd caught it off mine. "Yeah, I can do a price check. Reuben, hey, Reuben, come do a controlled sign-off with me," and I heard her stand up. The head turned back to face me, slow, and Merle smiled again and said, "Now that don't sound like a price check, Miss Danny." And he started walking again toward me. And I hung up the phone. Here's the thing I keep coming back to. In the small hours, on the nights it lets me sleep at all, it didn't rush. Not then. It had all night. It knew it had all night. 3 of them, and 5 of us, and the doors locked from inside at close, and the desert dark for 40 miles in every direction, and it walked up that aisle toward me like a man who owned the place. Because, as far as it was concerned, it did. That's the part the shows and the movies never get right, the patience of it. The way it wore the skin of a man we all loved, and used his kind voice and his combed hair, and walked slow, because slow was crueler, because slow gave the fear time to grow, and it wanted the fear grown, ripe. It fed on ripe. I found out later, Odell told me. After that, the fear is part of it. That it's not just camouflage, the skin, the voice, the knowing your name. That it's a way of getting inside the fence of you before it gets inside the fence of the building. Make you doubt your own eyes, make you polite, make you say evening back to it. By the time you know, you've already held the door. Al had held the door. Al had said, "Evening, Merle." None of that was Al's fault. I need to say that too. There was no way for Al to know. It came in wearing a man Al had greeted 1,000 times. And Al greeted him because that's what you do. Because the alternative that the regular who buys his dead wife flowers is a dead man with a wolf inside him is not a thing. A good tired man on a stool at 2 a.m. can be expected to reach for. The world doesn't hand you that. You have to be shown. I was being shown. Kylie and Reuben came around the end of the pharmacy aisle just as Merle reached the counter. I saw Reuben's face when he got close enough to really see the thing, and I saw him go from annoyed a price check at 2, come on to confused, to something with no name, in about the space of 3 steps. Because up close, it was so much worse. Up close, you could see that the skin didn't fit. I'll set down what I saw and then leave it, because the skill of the thing was in what it didn't quite let you see, and I owe it the same courtesy in the telling. The face was Merle's, but it was loose. It sat over whatever was underneath, the way a sheet sits over furniture. Close, but not fastened. A give to it, a slack at the jaw and around the eyes, where you could just tell that the bone underneath was the wrong shape, too long, too much of it. When it talked, the lips moved a beat behind the words like bad dubbing, and at the corners of the mouth, where a smile creases a real face, the skin didn't crease. It folded, it bunched, like a paper bag. The eyes were the worst, and I only looked once. They were down in there, set too deep and too far apart, and the whites weren't white. They had a shine to them, like a dog's eyes catch light in a driveway at night. That flat green gold coin of shine, and they did not blink the whole time, not once, and they were not looking at any of us the way a person looks. They were looking at us the way you look at a plate. And the hands holding the flowers were Merle's hands, liver spotted, a wedding ring worn thin, but there were too many knuckles. The fingers had a joint too many, and they'd been folded down, tucked, to hide it, but I saw the extra bend of them against the wax paper, and the nails were Merle's nails at the base, and something dark and thick and curved at the tips, pushing out, splitting the old man's fingernails from underneath like a new tooth coming in under a baby one. Danielle, it said, and now it used my right name, the courtly one, because it had learned that too. It had been listening to all of us for however long it had been in the store, in the mirrors, at the edge of the light. Danielle, I come for my flowers. Tap, tap. 2 fingers on the counter. Merle's knock. The extra knuckle clicking. They're on me tonight, Merle, I said. My voice came out steady, and I will never know how. Take them on the house. The smile widened. It went past where Merle's face could go, and it said, in Merle's voice, with Reuben's name, and Merle's drawl, and something underneath, both of them that was neither. A low sound, like a growl coming up through a man's throat from a long way down. That's kind. But I come for all of you, and every light in that store went out at once. Now I have to slow down, because the next part happened fast, and it deserves better than fast. I almost lost my life inside those few seconds, and they earned the slowness. The dark, when the fluorescence died, was total for about 2 seconds. Then the emergency lights kicked on the battery units, up over the doors, and the pharmacy in the back, throwing out weak white glare in cones, leaving everything between them black. So the store became a checkerboard. Islands of hard light, rivers of dark between, and somewhere, the roll door at the loading dock let out a long grinding rattle, and I understood that the other 2 had been out back the whole time, and that the lights going out was a door being opened for them, and that we had maybe 30 seconds before there were 3 of them inside instead of 1. I did the second smartest thing I did that night, and again, I don't know where it came from. I vaulted the pharmacy counter. There's a swing gate, but I didn't use the gate. I put a hand on the counter and threw my legs over like I was 19 again, and I grabbed Kylie's wrist and Reuben's sleeve, and I said one word. Back. The stockroom. It was the only thing in my head. The stockroom had the roll door, yes, but it also had a real door, a steel fire door, with a deadbolt between it and the sales floor, and it had Odell, and it had a phone, and it had... My mind was already racing ahead. It had 100 things that could hurt. Box cutters and pallet wrap and the loading dock and the chemicals, and most of all it had 4 walls and 1 door we could hold. Out on the floor we were nothing. 5 soft animals in a maze of shelves in the dark with 3 things that could see in it and move faster than us and had all night. In the stockroom we were 5 soft animals with our backs to a wall and our faces to a door. It's not much, but it's the difference between dying like cattle and dying like people, and I was not, I found, willing to die like cattle, and neither, it turned out, were the others. The Merle thing was gone from the counter. In the 2 seconds of full dark, it had simply not been there anymore when the emergency lights came up. That was almost the worst thing. Worse than the extra knuckles, how it could be right in front of you and then just not be. No sound, no motion you could catch a thing that big, moving that quiet. I heard Al shout from the front, "Hey, hey," and then a crash. The whole flower case going over, glass and water and carnations across the floor, and Al's voice again, closer to a scream than I'd ever want to hear a grown man's voice get. And then the pepper spray. I heard the hiss of it, a long, steady hiss, and I heard something make a sound I will hear on my deathbed. A sound like a dog and a man and a bird of prey all screaming through the same throat. And I knew Al had bought us seconds, and I grabbed the kids and ran. We went down the back aisle, the household aisle, the dark river of it, mops and buckets and light bulbs and the smell of pine cleaner, and I hit the stockroom door with my shoulder, and it banged open, and Odell was standing right there in the loading light, with a box cutter already in his hand, and his old face set like a stone, because Odell had heard the roll door too. Odell had known before any of us. Odell had grown up in Calder Springs, and had heard the word for these things, spoken by his grandmother in a language the schools had tried to beat out of her, and Odell was not surprised. That's the thing I'll never forget about Odell. In all of it, he was the only one of us who was not surprised. "Shut it," he said. "Bolt it. Now." I shut it. Reuben threw the deadbolt. It was a good bolt, a real one, steel into a steel frame, because it was a fire door, and it was code. And thank God for code. Thank God for the boring dead hand of a building inspector nobody ever thinks about, because that bolt is the only reason I'm here to tell any of this. And on the other side of it, out on the sales floor in the dark, something began, low and soft, to laugh in Al Cordova's voice. We didn't have Al. I need to just say it, get it out, and not make it worse by holding it back. Al didn't come through that door. We stood there in the loading light, Reuben and Kylie and Odell and me, 4 of us now. 4 where 5 minutes ago there'd been 5, and an hour ago there'd been a slow night at the shop, and we listened to Al's laugh come closer to the door, and it was Al's laugh, his big, wheezy chuckle, the one he did at his own bad jokes, and it was coming from a throat that was learning it in real time, getting it wrong and then getting it right, and it stopped outside the steel door, and a fist that was too heavy knocked twice, tap, tap, and Al's voice said through 6 inches of steel, "Slow night at the shop, huh, Danny?" Kylie made a sound and put both hands over her mouth. Reuben had gone the color of the concrete floor, and I understood that Al was gone, that it had him now the way it had Merle, and that his voice and his laugh and his one dumb joke were tools now in a box to be used on us. And I felt something in me that I want to call grief, but was really rage wearing grief's skin, and I thought, no, not the kids. You don't get the kids. I want the rest set down right, because how we did it matters, and because 2 of them died in that store before the night was over, and one of them ran off into the dark toward the ridge, and I have made my peace with almost none of it, but I have made my peace with this. We were not cattle. Odell took charge without taking charge. He was 70, and he'd worked in that room for 50 years, and he knew it the way I knew my mother's face. And while the thing wearing Al murmured and knocked at the fire door, Odell walked us quiet, fast, his old hand on each of our shoulders in turn, steadying through what we had. "That door holds," he said, low. "Long as the bolt holds and the frame holds, that door holds. They're strong, but they ain't a battering ram, and they don't like to be seen trying. They like it quiet. They like you to open the door yourself. So we don't open the door." He looked at each of us to make sure it landed. "Nobody opens the door. It'll use every voice you love. Your mama's. It'll get 'em all before it's done. Don't matter. Don't open the door." "The roll door," Reuben said. His voice shook, but the words came. Paramedic in him, already, the part that works the problem while the world ends. The loading door. That's how the other 2 got in. It's still. It was. The big roll door at the back of the stockroom, the segmented steel one that went up to let the delivery trucks back in, was down, but it wasn't locked. And worse, when I looked at it in the loading light, I could see it wasn't quite seated in the track at the bottom. There was a gap, a hand's width of black gap along the concrete where it had been forced up and dropped crooked, and cold air was coming through it off the wash, and the smell was coming through it. And I knew what the smell was now. It was the smell that came down off the ridge at night under the sage, the cold thing underneath, and it was in the room with us because the gap was open and one or both of the others might already be inside the dark, high stacks of the stockroom with us. And I felt my mind start to come apart along that seam. Odell saw it in my face. He took my chin in his old dry hand, the way you'd steady a spooked horse. "Danielle," he said. "Danielle Reyes, look at me. Your mama sat 2 rows behind mine at the schoolhouse. You are not going to lose it in my stockroom." And that did it. That held me together. That stupid, perfect, irrelevant fact. My mother 2 rows behind him at a schoolhouse that had been torn down for 40 years. And I nodded. And I picked up a box cutter off the packing table and I thumbed the blade out, and it was the most solid, true, real thing in the whole spinning world. That little slide of orange plastic and steel. And I held on to it. "The roll door has a chain lock," Odell said. "Padlock and chain, bottom of the track, both sides. It's my job to lock it every night, and I lock it every night, and tonight I hadn't got to it." He said this the way a man confesses a sin. "There's slack in it. If we can get the door seated and the chain through, they can't lift it. Not without tearing the whole track out, and that's loud, and they hate loud, and if they get loud, folk come." He looked at me. "That's the game, Danielle. Make it loud enough, it costs them. Quiet enough, it don't cost us. And get to morning. They don't like the light, the real light. Sun's up at 6:40. It's 10 past 2. 4.5 hours. 4.5 hours in a stockroom, the size of a 2-car garage with 3 things that wore our dead like coats. We got to work. Reuben and I went for the roll door. Kylie stayed with Odell at the packing table, and Odell put her to work doing the one thing that would keep her from flying apart, which was building weapons. He had her stripping the packing tape off a case of aerosols, and he was pouring things into a mop bucket. Careful, his old face grim, ammonia from the household stock. And I saw him reach for the bleach, and I said, "Sharp." "Odell, no, that's and." He said, "I know what it is, girl. I ain't gonna breathe it. It's for them." And I understood, and I shut up, because a mop bucket of bleach and ammonia is a thing that makes a gas that kills you in a closed room, and we were in a closed room, and it was a terrible idea, and it was maybe the only idea, and Odell knew exactly how terrible and exactly how good it was, which is the kind of knowing you only get from being 70. The roll door fought us. Reuben got his fingers under the bottom edge, and I got the crank, and we tried to seat it back in the track, and it was heavy and bent, and it screamed on the rollers, a long metal shriek, and the second it screamed the thing at the fire door stopped laughing. The whole store went quiet. And then, from the dark, at the top of the stockroom, stacks the high steel shelving that went up 12 feet, full of overstock, toilet paper and soda cases, and seasonal junk. Black up there, above the reach of the loading light. From up there, something moved. I heard it, a shifting of weight on steel. A soft scrabble, claws finding purchase, and then a long, wet, considering silence, and I looked up into the black over our heads, and I saw, for just a second, the green-gold coin shine of 2 eyes catching the loading light, high up, upside down, because it was clinging to the underside of the top shelf like a lizard, like a spider, looking down at us. And it was already inside. It had been inside the whole time, up in the dark, listening, waiting for us to be busy. "Up!" I screamed. "It's up! It's on the shelf, and it came down. I won't be able to make you see it the way it was, and I've decided that's a mercy, for both of us. It came down the shelving head first, fast, wrong, too many joints in the arms, and the arms bending the wrong way to grip, and it had a head that in the swinging light I saw all of for the first and only time. And it was not Merle's, and it was not Al's, it was its own. And it was the head of a canyon wolf grown too big, and set on shoulders that belonged to no wolf. A long gray muzzle, and those set deep shining eyes and ears laid flat, and a mouth already open too wide, and it made no sound at all coming down, which was the worst part. A thing that big and that fast, and soundless, and it came for Reuben because Reuben was closest, and Reuben was down on the concrete with his fingers still under the roll door. Reuben didn't run. I have to tell you that. 22 years old, wanted to save people for a living, and when the thing came down off the shelf, he didn't pull his fingers out and roll away and save himself, which he could have, but she had time to. He grabbed the box cutter I'd dropped by his knee, and he came up off the floor into it, into the thing, up under where its jaw met its neck, and he drove the little blade in and dragged it the way he'd have dragged it, opening a case of Gatorade, hard and sure, and the thing's silence broke. It screamed, and this closed the scream was a physical thing. It hit you in the chest and the teeth, and hot black wet came down over Ruben's arm and shoulder, and the thing reeled back, tearing at itself with those extra jointed hands, and Ruben was already scrambling back toward us, and I got a fistful of his collar and hauled, and Odell was there. Odell moved on those bad old knees faster than I'd ever seen him move, and Odell threw the mop bucket. He didn't throw the liquid. He threw the whole bucket, the 1.5 gallons of bleach and ammonia already going to gas in the bottom of it, and it caught the thing across its wolf face and its open screaming mouth, and it breathed it. It breathed a lungful of chlorine gas right into whatever it had for lungs, and it went from screaming to something else, a drowning sound, a strangling, and it fell off the roll door onto the concrete, and it convulsed, and the smell hit us too, and we all reeled back coughing toward the fire door, eyes streaming, and Odell was yelling, "The door! The door! Get the roll door down!" And Ruben, bleeding, blind with tears and gas, threw himself at the crank with me, and we dropped the roll door on it. We dropped it on the thing's arm, on purpose. The segmented steel door came down, and I threw all my weight on the crank, and it came down across the thing's forearm where it was flung out on the concrete, and it didn't cut it off. Doors don't work like that, but it pinned it. It caught the wrist against the concrete track and held it there thrashing, and I locked the crank, and Odell was already there with the chain, wrapping the chain through the track and around the door, pulling through again, cinching it, and he snapped the padlock shut with his old sure hands, and the thing was pinned on the concrete with its arm under the door and the gas in its lungs, and it was dying. It was actually dying. And Odell picked up a fire extinguisher off the wall bracket, the big red steel bottle, a good honest 10-pound bottle, and he raised it up over his head with both arms, the 70-year-old man, and he brought it down on the wolf skull pinned against the concrete. And he did it again, and he did it a third time, and I turned Kylie's face into my shoulder so she wouldn't have to keep it, and Ruben was on his knees being sick, and the fourth time Odell brought the extinguisher down, there was no more sound from the thing at all. That was the first one, and I have never gotten past this. It cost us everything we had to kill one that was already gassed and pinned, and there were 2 more out on the floor wearing men we loved. And it was 2:15 in the morning, and Ruben's arm was laid open from wrist to elbow where the thing's claws had raked him, pulling back, and he was bleeding onto the concrete faster than I liked, a lot faster, and the gas was thick in the room, and we couldn't stay in the room, and there was nowhere to go. I got a tourniquet on Ruben's arm. My mother trained as an army nurse before she was a pharmacist, and she trained me on things she probably shouldn't have, and I made a tourniquet out of the strap off a hand truck and a screwdriver for a windlass, and I cranked it down until the bright pumping slowed to a seep, and Ruben watched me do it with a strange calm, the EMT calm, telling me where to put it, correcting my angle, and then he said, "Miss Danny, I don't feel so good," and his eyes rolled, and I caught his head before it hit the concrete. Shock, blood loss and shock, and gas. He needed a hospital. The hospital was 40 minutes away in Tonopah, and there were 2 of them between us and the parking lot, and it was not going to happen, and I knew it wasn't going to happen, and I held his head in my lap on the concrete floor of that stock room, and I lied to him. I told him he was going to be fine. I told him we were going to get him to Tonopah, and the docs were going to fix his arm, and he was going to have a hell of a scar to show the girls in his EMT class. I told him his mother was proud of him. I told him he was the bravest person I'd ever known. And that one was not a lie. That one was the truest thing I said all night. We had to move. The gas was going to kill us if we stayed, and there was one dead thing pinned in the roll door filling the low part of the room with chlorine, and I made a decision that I will carry to my own grave, which was that we would go back out onto the sales floor, into the dark with the other two, because the sales floor had air, and the sales floor had the front doors, and the sales floor had, if we could reach it, the pharmacy. And behind the pharmacy grill there was a phone, and I was already thinking it, there were things behind that grill that a person could use. Odell didn't want to leave the stockroom. Odell said the stockroom was the only door we could hold. And Odell was right. He was right about almost everything that night, but he was wrong about that one thing, because the stockroom had become a gas chamber and Reuben was dying, and you can't hold a room that's killing you. So we went back out. Odell went first with the second box cutter and the pepper spray we'd found, and I came behind with Reuben's arm over my shoulders, more carrying him than not. And Kylie came last with a can of wasp spray Odell had found on the pest control overstock, the kind that shoots a stream 20 feet, and Odell had told her aim for the eyes and don't stop, and she held it in both shaking hands like a pistol, and we opened the fire door back onto the dark store. The emergency lights still threw their weak cones. The flower case was on its side in a black lake of water and glass and dead carnations by the front doors. And in the checkerboard of light and dark, waiting for us, patient as churchgoers, were the other two. One wore Al. It stood by the front doors, big and soft in Al's uniform shirt, and it had Al's face on wrong, loose at the jaw, and Al's flashlight in its hand, and it clicked the flashlight on and off, the way Al used to when he was bored, and it smiled its set-down smile at us and did not come closer, because it didn't need to, because it was between us and the doors, and it knew it. The other one wore Merle. It stood halfway down the center aisle, small and neat, and it still had a crushed bunch of flowers in its two-jointed hand, and when the fire door opened, it turned its head that impossible smooth, wrong way to look at us, and it said, in Merle's kind drawl, "There you are. There you all are." And then it looked at the thing wearing Al, and something passed between them, some understanding, and I realized with a lurch that they knew the third one was dead. They had felt it die, and they were angry now, in whatever way things like that get angry, and the patience was thinner, and the game had changed, because we had cost them one of three, and now they wanted it to cost us. Odell said, low, without turning his head, "Danielle, get the boy to the pharmacy. Get behind the grill. I'll hold the aisle." "Odell, I'm 70 years old and my knees are shot and my wife's been gone 11 years and I know these things, girl. I know what they are and I know what they want. And they want you young ones a whole lot more than they want a used-up old man." He still hadn't turned his head. "Get behind the grill. Pull it down. Call the state boys and put on every light you can find, and when the sun comes up, you and them kids walk out of here." A pause. "That's an order from your elder. Your mama backed me up." And then Odell walked toward the thing wearing Merle, straight up the center aisle, box cutter in one hand and pepper spray in the other. A slow old man on bad knees walking into the dark toward a wolf in a dead man's skin, and he was talking to it as he went, low, in that language his grandmother taught him. Words I didn't know and will never know, and the Merle thing's set-down smile faltered. It actually faltered, because whatever those words were, it knew them, and it didn't like to hear them out of a human mouth. I got Reuben to the pharmacy. God forgive me, I did what Odell said. I hauled Reuben around the end counter and through the swing gate, and I laid him down behind it, and I grabbed the grill chain, and I hauled the metal grill down, rattling over the front of the pharmacy, and Kylie came through the gate behind me, and we got it down, and I threw the floor bolt that locked it to the concrete, and we were behind the grill, the three of us, in the one part of that store, built like a cage, built to keep desperate people out at 3 a.m, and for the first time all night, I was glad of it. Glad of every bar. And out on the floor, Odell started yelling. Not in fear. On purpose. Loud. He'd said it himself. They hate loud. Loud costs them. Loud brings folk in Odell, who had spent 50 years being the quietest man in Calder Springs, spent the last of himself being as loud as a human throat can be. He roared. He banged the fire extinguisher against the steel shelving. Gong, 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 the sound of it filling the whole dark store, and he threw a jar of something that shattered, and he screamed those old words at the top of his lungs, and he charged the Merle thing with the pepper spray hissing. I got to the pharmacy phone, and I dialed 911, and it rang, and a woman's voice said, "Calder Springs does not have its own dispatch after midnight. It routes to the county." And it rang again, and a tired county dispatcher 40 miles away said, "911, what's your emergency?" And I said the words that I knew would send her, the only words that send them fast in a town like ours. I said, "There's a man with a gun in the valley right on Front Street. He's killed people. We're locked in the pharmacy. Send everyone." Because that was a lie. That would bring the whole county at 90 miles an hour, and times skinwalkers wearing our dead times was a truth that would bring nobody, and I have never once been sorry I lied. And while I was on the phone, Odell died. I didn't see all of it, and I'm glad. I saw the Merle thing take the pepper spray full in its shining eyes and not care, not even slow. And I saw it take Odell by the throat with that two-jointed hand, almost gently, almost the way you'd cradle a child, and I saw Odell drive the box cutter into its chest over and over, fast, an old man's arm pumping. And I saw the thing wearing Al come off the front doors at last and cross the store in about 3 of those long gliding wrong steps, and the 2 of them took Odell down into the dark between the light cones. And the gong of the fire extinguisher stopped, and the old words stopped, and there was a sound I won't describe, and then it was quiet, and the county dispatcher was saying, ma'am, units are en route. Ma'am, are you still there?" In my ear, and I was still there. God help me, I was still there behind the grill with a dying boy and a shaking girl. And I was still there. This next part is the one that never scarred over, the one I've kept in a locked room in myself, and I'm not going to keep it there anymore. They came for the grill. Both of them, what was left of the pack, the thing wearing Al and the thing wearing Merle. And they came to the front of the pharmacy where we were caged. And they stood on the other side of the bars in the emergency light. And they were done being patient and done being quiet, and up close with 2 of them and nothing left to lose, they let us see them. The skins didn't fit anymore. Whatever holds them together, whatever makes the trick work, it was slipping, maybe from the wounds, maybe from the fury, maybe because a pack of 3 had become a pack of 2, and something in the arithmetic of them had broken. The Merle face had come loose down one side, and underneath it was gray fur and long teeth and a rolling coin gold eye. And the Al body had split up the back of the uniform shirt, and there was too much shoulder coming through, wrong hinged, and they put their hands on the grill, their 2-jointed hands with the black claws all the way out now, splitting the last of the human fingernails off and dropping them tick-tick on the tile, and they pulled. The grill held. It's a good grill. It's bolted top and bottom into concrete and steel, and it's meant to stop a man with a crowbar in a whole night. And they weren't men, and they had maybe 4 hours, and it held, but it bowed. I watched the bars bow inward under their pulling, and I watched the floor bolt strain in its socket, and I did the last useful thing I did that night. Behind the pharmacy grill is where the real drugs are. And I am a pharmacy technician, and I know exactly what everything is, and I know what happens to a body, even a body that isn't a body, when you get certain things into it. And I know that the compounding station has a shelf of raw chemicals for the specialty stuff. And I know that there was a brown glass jug of concentrated phenol on that shelf, carbolic acid, for a wart treatment compound we made for the podiatrist over in Tonopah. And phenol will go through skin, phenol will burn a hole through anything soft and living. And I had a bulb syringe in the compounding drawer. I filled the bulb syringe with phenol with my hands shaking so hard I spilled it on the counter, and it smeared the Formica white where it touched. And I came back to the bowing grill, where the 2 of them pulled and strained with their loosening faces pressed up between the bars, so close I could smell the cold ridge smell of them and the meat smell under it. And the Merle thing looked at me with its 1 gold eye and its half-slid face, and it said, in Merle's ruined drawl, wet now, coming apart, "Danielle, open the door." Your mama's waiting for you at home, Danielle. Open the door and go on home to your mama. And I said, my mama taught me to count twice. And I put the bulb syringe through the bars an inch from that gold eye, and I squeezed it empty into its face. It came apart. That's all I'll say. Phenol in the eye and the open mouth and the loose seam where the skin had slid, and it came apart from the inside of its own trick, and it went down thrashing and shrieking and clawing at its own melting face. And the thing wearing Al let go of the grill and reeled back from the sound and the smell of its packmate dying. And for 1 second it stood there alone in the middle of that dark store, the last of 3, holding Al's flashlight, wearing Al's split-open shape, and I will tell you, it looked afraid. I don't care if things like that can't be afraid. It looked afraid. It had come into that store a pack of 3 at the top of the food chain, and it was leaving alone, and 2 of its own were dead on the floor of a value right, gassed and burned and beaten to death by soft, slow animals who were supposed to just stand there and be eaten. And outside, faint and then louder, coming up Front Street, off the highway, there were sirens. A lot of them. Loud, the loud that costs them, the loud that brings folk. It ran. It went back the way the others had come, through the stockroom and out under the roll door. I heard the chain rattle and the steel scream as it simply tore the bottom of the door up out of the crooked track. Loud, not caring about loud anymore, only about gone. And it went out into the wash and up toward the ridge, and it took Al's shape with it. And somewhere up in the Takama dark there is a wolf thing that laughs with Al Cordova's laugh and clicks a flashlight on and off, on and off. And I think about that more than I think about almost anything. And I have not slept a whole night through since. Reuben died in the ambulance. He made it that far. He made it to the sirens and the deputies with their shotguns and their flashlights sweeping the wrecked dark store, made it onto a gurney and out through the front doors he'd faced all night. And the medics did everything, and it wasn't enough. He'd lost too much, and the shock had him, and he died about 6 miles out of town on the road to Tonopah, and I wasn't with him. I was still standing behind the grill that wouldn't stop shaking under my hands, and I never got to tell him again that he was the bravest person I ever knew. His mother came and cleaned rooms at the motel for 2 more years, and then she moved away. I sent her money when I could. I never told her the truth either. I told her Reuben died saving people, and that was not a lie. The county wrote it up as a robbery. 2 dead, that's what they found. The bodies of 2 men. And I'll leave it there, because what the deputies found on the floor of that store in the sunrise was not 2 wolves. It was 2 men. 2 skins. Merle Ostrander, who'd been missing 4 days, and Al Cordova, who'd been alive at 10 o'clock the night before. And there is no line on a county incident report for what actually killed them. So the report says an armed suspect fled at large. And Kylie and I said whatever we needed to say to make the report be able to close. And Odell, they found Odell too, and they gave him a hero's write-up in the little Calder Springs paper, employee died protecting coworkers, and that part at least was exactly true. Kylie moved to Reno inside of a month. She took the class. She's a dental hygienist now, and she's good, and she has a kid, and she still leaves every light in the house on all night, and her husband thinks it's a quirk, and she's never told him why, and she never will. We talk on the phone sometimes. We don't talk about it. We just check that the other one is still there. That's all either of us needs. Are you still there? Yeah, I'm still here. I got my mother to Reno too, in the end, the way I'd planned, near the good facility, near my cousin. The insurance settlement from the store did, 14 months of $2.10 an hour couldn't? I don't take money for granted, and I never will, but I would give every cent of it back to have Odell tell me one more time that my mother sat 2 rows behind him at a schoolhouse that isn't there anymore. The value right reopened. They cleaned it up and put in new fluorescents and a new flower case and hired a new night crew that doesn't know. And it's open 24 hours again because a road goes through Calder Springs and then keeps going, and people need their prescriptions at 2 in the morning no matter what happened there. I've been back once. I didn't go in. I couldn't go in. I stood in the parking lot under the one working pole lamp where Kylie used to park, and I looked through the front doors at the bright, hard fluorescent light falling down all those aisles. That light I stood in for 11 years, and I found that I could not make my feet cross the threshold into it, and I have never once since been able to stand under a fluorescent light without my whole body going still and my eyes going up on their own, without me telling them to, up to the corner of whatever room I'm in, looking for the round, bulging mirror, looking for the thing my eyes won't show me, always looking at the reflection instead of the room. I buy my flowers in daylight now. I still buy them. There's a grocery in Reno, a good bright one, and I go in the afternoon when the sun's coming through the front windows, and I buy one bunch of carnations, and I take them out to my mother where she is now, and I lay them down, and I stand there a while in the sun, and I count them twice before I go. Story 3. The Overnight. The produce mister came on at 2 a.m. like it always did, a soft hiss down the length of the vegetable case, and I stood there in the empty front end of the store and watched the fog roll off the romaine and thought, same as I thought every night, that it was the loneliest sound in the world. You wouldn't figure a grocery store for a lonely place. Daytime it's the opposite. Daytime it's carts banging and kids screaming and the deli slicer going and Reba on the overhead and 40 people between you and the milk. But daytime isn't when I worked. I worked the overnight, 10 at night to 7 in the morning, and after the last customer cleared out around midnight and the front doors got locked with just the little side vestibule open for the rare soul who needed cough syrup at 3 in the morning, the place turned into something else. A big bright box in the middle of a dark desert. The coolers humming, the mister hissing, and 4 of us in there restocking the whole thing before the sun came up and the world came back to spend its money. Dell Junction, Nevada. If you've driven through it, you don't remember it, and if you live there, you're always about half planning to leave. It sits in a wide, flat valley off Highway 93, north of the interstate, where the road bends around the reservoir and crosses the rail spur that used to carry ore out of the Ruby Range back when there was ore worth carrying. Alfalfa fields to the south, green as a lie in the middle of all that sagebrush because of the pivot sprinklers, and the smell of them in summer was the one good smell the town had. Cut alfalfa at night smells like something you can't quite remember from being a kid. The rest of it smelled like dust and diesel, and when the wind came off the water, a little like rot, because the reservoir was low that year and the mud flats were baking. The store was a Ridley's Market, the only real grocery for 50 miles. There was a Family Dollar and a gas station with a Subway in it, and a bar called the Antler, and that was Dell Junction if you didn't count the school and the 2 churches. The Ridley's was open 24 hours, which nobody could figure out the sense of since the town went to bed at 9. But corporate had a formula, and the formula said 24 hours, so 24 hours it was, and that meant somebody had to be there at 3 in the morning, and that somebody was me and my crew. My name's Ray Ostrander. I was 38 that year, which was 2019, and I'd been at that store 11 years, the last 4 of them running the overnight as night lead. That's not a big title. It means you're the one who unlocks the truck and assigns the aisles and signs the temperature log and calls the on-call manager if the freezer alarms. It comes with a 40-cent raise and a lanyard. But it mattered to me, and it matters to the rest of this, and I'll say why. The assistant manager job was coming open. Gil Sorensen, who'd been assistant manager since before I started, was retiring in the spring, and Doug Petrie, the store manager, a decent enough guy with a gut like a bag of feed. Doug had as good as told me the job was mine if I wanted it. Days, real money, benefits that actually covered something. And I wanted it so bad I could taste it, and I knew exactly why. I had a daughter, Katie. She was 9 that year, and she lived with her mother in Elko, an hour and change east. And I got her every other weekend, and one night a week if the schedule worked out, which on the overnight it mostly didn't. That was the whole problem. You can't be a father to a kid you see when you're asleep. I'd been sleeping days for 4 years, and I'd missed a lot of Katie in that time, her school plays, her soccer, the ordinary Tuesday nights that turn out to be the whole of a childhood when you add them up. The assistant manager job was days. The assistant manager job was me picking her up from school. That's what it was to me. Not the money, though God knows I needed the money. It was Tuesday nights, and I had a thing I was climbing out of, which I'll just say plain because there's no point being cute about it. 3 years before, I'd hurt my shoulder throwing freight, tore the labrum lifting a pallet the wrong way, and they gave me pills for it, and I liked the pills a great deal more than a man ought to. It cost me my marriage, most of it, and it damn near cost me Katie, and it took me a bad year and a worse detox in a motel in Wells to get out from under it. I was clean by then. Better than 2 years clean. And I went to a meeting in the Methodist basement on Thursdays, and I kept a 30-day chip in my pocket that I'd traded up for a 2-year chip, but I carried the old one anyway because it reminded me how it felt to only have 30. Doug knew all of it. Doug hired me back knowing all of it, which is the kind of thing you don't forget about a man. So when he said the assistant job was mine, it wasn't just a job. It was proof. It was the thing I could put on the table in front of my ex-wife and say, look, I'm a different man now. Look at the man I am. So that's me. That's what I had to lose. And everything that happened that night pulled on exactly those strings. My crew was 3 most nights, and that night it was 3. They're the ones this is really about, and I don't want them to be just names when it starts. Dooley first. Dale Doolin, but nobody in 11 years had called him anything but Dooley. He was 66 years old, and he ran the pallet jack and the forklift, and he'd been stocking grocery shelves since Nixon. And he was, hands down, the best worker I ever knew. Not fast. Exactly. Dooley didn't do fast. Dooley did steady, and steady beat fast every single night, because Dooley never made a mistake, never had to redo a set, never left a mess. He was a widower. His wife, Carol, had died of the cancer 4 years back, and I think that's the real reason he still worked nights at his age. The house was too quiet, and the store wasn't. He wore the same gray Dickies every shift, and he kept a thermos of coffee so strong he could strip paint. And he had a way of looking at you over the top of his glasses when you said something stupid that made you feel about 12 years old. He'd been a hunting guide up in the Rubies for 30 years before his knees quit. That's gonna matter. Remember that Dooley knew the country, and Dooley knew animals, and Dooley didn't scare, because those 3 things are why some of us are still walking around. Then Mari. Marisol Vega, 23, and she was the sharpest kid I ever worked with. She was doing the overnight to pay for the community college over in Elko nursing program 2 years in, dead set on getting out of Dell Junction and never coming back, and I didn't blame her one bit. She was little, maybe 5 foot nothing, and she'd throw a case of canned tomatoes like it insulted her mother. She had a mouth on her that could take the paint off a truck, and a laugh that made the whole store feel less like a tomb. And she called me boss in a way that was about 80% sarcasm and 20% actual respect, and I'd have taken a bullet for her. She kept a can of pepper spray on her keys because she walked to her car alone at 7 in the morning, and her mother had raised her to be careful, and again, remember that. Remember Mari was the careful one. And Kevin, poor Kevin. Kevin Boyle was 19, and it was his first real job, and he'd been with us maybe 6 weeks. Skinny kid. Big Adam's apple, always a little sunburned across the nose because he had that redhead skin, and he was scared of about everything. Scared of the baler, scared of dropping a pallet, scared of me for the first 2 weeks until he figured out I wasn't going to bite him. He lived with his grandma out past the fairgrounds, and he was saving up for a truck, and he talked about that truck the way other people talk about heaven. 2006 Silverado, he had his eye on silver up in Spring Creek, and he was $300 short. He was a sweet kid, anxious, jumpy, laughed too loud at his own jokes, but sweet and green as spring grass. And I felt about him like you feel about a stray you've started feeding responsible, whether you asked to be or not. That was the crew. Ray, Dooley, Mari, and Kevin in a bright empty grocery store in the middle of a black Nevada night, 40 miles from the nearest cop. And I held all 4 of them in my mind that whole night real and tired and ordinary and mine. The truck had come in at 11 that night. 41 pallets, a heavy load, and we were behind because the driver had been late out of the Salt Lake, D.C. on account of weather in the pass. So we were pushing. I'd put Mari on the grocery aisles 6 through 11, Kevin on the dairy in the back cooler set with Dooley bird dogging him so he didn't rotate the milk wrong. And I was floating, taking the freight off the truck with the electric jack, breaking it down onto the floor, and running it out to whoever needed it. That's the rhythm of the overnight. The truck bleeds pallets, you break them onto the floor, you run them to the aisle, you cut the cases, you set the shelf, you break down the cardboard and feed it to the baler in the back, over and over till the sun comes up. There's a peace in it, honestly. Your body works, and your mind goes somewhere else. A lot of nights, I spent the whole shift thinking about Katie, planning the weekends, running little movies in my head of the life I was going to have once I got days. I was running one of those movies when the back door alarm chirped. Now, I need to explain the back door, because the back door is the whole thing. The receiving dock was at the far back of the store, past the stockroom, through a set of heavy swinging doors with those round windows in them. It had 2 truck bays, dock 1 and dock 2, with big roll-up steel doors and a dock leveler at each, which is that hinged steel plate that bridges the gap between the dock floor and the back of a trailer. There was also a man door, a regular steel door, off to the side that opened onto the back lot where we parked and where the dumpster and the baler's discharge were. The roll-up doors were supposed to stay down and locked except when a truck was actually backed in. The man door was supposed to stay locked from the outside. You needed a key or somebody to let you in, but it had a crash bar on the inside so you could always get out. Fire code, you can always get out. The thing about the back of that store is that it was the only part that wasn't bright. The sales floor was lit up like a surgery, but the dock and the far end of the stockroom ran on these old sodium fixtures. Half of them burned out that corporate never got around to fixing because customers never saw them. So the back was dim and orange and full of shadows between the storage racks, which went up 16 feet and held the overstock, the pallets we couldn't fit on the floor, shrink-wrapped and stacked 3 high. It was a maze back there. Aisles of steel racking, blind corners, the forklift charger glowing its little red light, the compactor and the baler humming, and past all of it the 2 big dock doors and the man door, and beyond that, the desert and the dark. I usually left dock 2's roll-up open a few feet after the truck pulled out. I know. It was against the rules, and I did it anyway, and I did it for a stupid human reason, which is that the stockroom got hot with all of us working, and the AC didn't reach back there, and cracking the dock door a couple feet let the cool night air come in off the alfalfa fields. Everybody did it. Gil did it days when he unloaded. It was one of those rules nobody followed because nothing had ever happened. 40 miles from anywhere. Who's gonna come? A coyote at worst, and coyotes don't push up a steel door. So when the back door alarm chirped, that little electronic chirp the security panel made when a door contact broke, I didn't think much of it. I figured the dock door had rolled up a little more on its own, the way it sometimes did when the counterweight was off, and broken the contact. It had done it before. I finished the pallet I was breaking down, wheeled it out to Mari on aisle 9, and headed back toward the dock to check it. It was 2:20 in the morning. I remember because I looked at my phone on the way back, thinking I should text my ride. No, that's a lie. I looked at my phone because I always looked at my phone the way you do, and there was nothing on it, and the time said 2:20 a.m., and I put it back in my pocket and pushed through the swinging doors into the dim orange back of the store. The air was wrong. That's the first thing. I want to be honest about the order things happened, because the order is the whole point. We didn't do anything stupid. We just did ordinary things, and ordinary things were enough to nearly get us all killed. The air was wrong. The night air off the fields is cool and green and a little wet from the pivots. This air was cool, but it had something else under it, a musk. A wet dog, wild, den smell, thick and close, like the inside of a coyote's throat, like a barn where something had died in the straw. I stood in the doorway, with the swinging door still moving behind me, and I breathed it in, and my body knew before my head did. The hair went up on my arms. My mouth went dry. Some old animal part of me, the part that's older than talking, said very quietly and very clearly, "There is a predator in here." I told myself it was the dumpster. The wind had shifted, that was all, and it was blowing the dumpster smell in through the cracked dock door and the low water in the reservoir, and I was tired, and I had been thinking too hard about my own life. I told myself all of that in about a second and a half, standing in that doorway, and I even took a step forward. And then I saw that Dock 2's roll-up wasn't cracked 2 feet. It was up all the way. The steel door was rolled up as high as it went, the whole black rectangle of the night standing open at the end of the dock, and the dock leveler was down, bridged out into the empty dark where no trailer was parked, so that anything in the lot could have walked right up the concrete ramp and across that steel plate and into my store. And here's the detail I keep coming back to, the one that turned my spine to ice water before I understood a single thing: the chain. The roll-up doors were chain-operated, a loop of steel chain hanging down one side that you hauled hand over hand to raise or lower the door, and it was heavy. It took real muscle. That chain was swinging, slow, back and forth, the way a thing swings when it's just been let go. Somebody had opened that door. Somebody had stood right where I was looking and hauled that chain hand over hand all the way up and let it go, and it was still swinging. I stood stock still. "Dooley?" I said, not loud. My voice came out wrong, thin. Nothing. The compactor hummed. The forklift charger ticked. Somewhere out on the floor I could hear the faint tinny sound of the country station Mari kept on the little radio on aisle 9, a song I couldn't make out, and the produce mister hissed a long way off. And back in the racks, back in the dark maze of overstock where the sodium lights were burned out, something moved. Not a sound so much as a change. A shifting of the shadow between 2 pallets, a wrongness in the dark, there and gone, low and quick and long, and the dense smell rolled over me again, thick enough to gag on. I didn't run. I'd like to say I ran, but I didn't. Not yet. I stood in that doorway with my hand still on the cold metal pushplate of the swinging door, and I stared into the back of my own store where I'd stood 10,000 nights. And I could not make my brain do anything at all, and the chain swung and slowed and stopped. I backed out through the swinging door. I did it slow. I don't know where I learned to do it slow, maybe from Dooley, from 100 nights of him telling me things about the mountains while we broke down freight. But some part of me knew that you don't turn your back and you don't run when a predator is deciding about you, because running is how you tell it your food. So I backed up 1 step, 2, my palm flat on the door, and I let it swing shut in front of me with that soft rubber times whump, and the round window filled up with the dim orange dark of the stockroom, and I stood on the bright side of the door in the light of the sales floor with my heart going like a fist on a table. Then I walked fast down the back hallway toward the front, and I found Dooley. He was on the dairy set with Kevin, sliding gallons of 2% up the ramp behind the cooler doors, and he took one look at my face and set the gallon down. That's Dooley. He set it down careful, didn't drop it, and he straightened up and looked at me over his glasses and said, "What?" "Somebody opened the dock door," I said. "All the way. The leveler's down. There's Dooley. There's something in the back. In the racks. I can smell it, and I saw it move." Kevin had stopped working. He was standing there with a gallon of milk in each hand, looking back and forth between us, and I watched the fear come into his face, just from the fear in mine, the way it does with kids. "A person?" Dooley said. "I don't know. No. I don't the smell. Dooley. It smelled like a den, like an animal, and it moved wrong, low and fast, between the pallets." He didn't laugh at me. That's the thing I'll be grateful for the rest of my life. A lot of men would have laughed, would have said Ray's been sniffing the Freon again, would have gone back there swaggering and gotten themselves opened up. Dooley didn't laugh. He looked at me for a good 3 seconds, and I could see him take it seriously, take all of it, the smell, the movement, the open door, and file it against 30 years in the mountains. and I saw something change in his face. It got still. It got very still and very old. "Where's the girl?" he said. "Aisle 9. Mari's on 9. Get her. Get her up front. Right now. Kevin, you stay with me." He was already moving, wiping his hands on his gray dickies, walking toward the front of the store where the registers were, herding Kevin ahead of him with one hand. "Ray, get Marisol. Don't run. Walk quick, and don't run, and don't go near the back." I went for aisle 9. Now I have to slow down on the headsets, because the headsets are the thing. The headsets are how they nearly took us apart one at a time, and without the headsets, none of the rest makes sense. We wore radio headsets on the overnight. Little earpiece and boom mic rigs, the kind they use at every big grocery and hardware store in the country, that clip on your ear and let the crew talk to each other across the store without hollering. Ours were an old set, 6 or 7 of them charging on a rack by the time clock, and you grabbed one at the start of your shift and clipped it on, and you were on the channel with everybody else. It was how we ran the overnight. "Ray, you got any more of the 12-pack Coke on the truck?" "Yeah, coming." "Kevin, dairy's flooding. Pull the racks back." "Mari, price check on the store brand coffee. The tag's wrong." All night long. That low chatter in your ear. 4 voices you knew better than your own families, because you spent more waking hours with them. I had mine on. I always had mine on. And as I came around the front of aisle 9, walking quick like Dooley said, I heard Mari's voice in my ear, clear as anything. "Yeah, I got it. I'm heading to the back cooler for the creamer." I stopped dead, because I could see her. Mari. She was right there in front of me. 40 feet down aisle 9, kneeling by a half-cut case of spaghetti sauce with her box cutter in her hand, and her mouth was not moving. She was looking at a jar, reading the label, deciding where it went, and her lips were shut, and her voice, exactly her voice, that little rasp she had had just said in my ear, "I'm heading to the back cooler for the creamer." Mari looked up and saw my face and stood up. "Boss, what's wrong?" Her mouth moved that time. That time it was her, the sound coming out of her body 40 feet away, matched up right the way it's supposed to be. And in my ear, at that same second, the other Mari voice said, low and pleased and patient, "Okay, on my way." I have never in my life been so frightened as I was in that 1 second, standing at the head of aisle 9, looking at Marisol Vega with her box cutter, hearing her voice come out of a dead headset channel from somewhere back in the dark of my store, telling somebody it was on its way. "Take that off," I said. "Mari, take the headset off, right now. Take it off and give it to me." She didn't argue. God bless her. She didn't argue. She saw my face, and she reached up and pulled the earpiece off and held it out. And I took it and I switched it off, and I switched mine off. And I stood there holding 2 dead headsets in the bright light of aisle 9, with the sauce jars all lined up red and orange, and I understood a thing that I did not want to understand. There was a headset in the back. We charged them on the rack by the time clock, in the back, right by the swinging doors to the dock. There were always a couple charging, a couple spare, and whatever had come up the dock leveler and into my store had gone past that rack, and it had taken one, and it had put it on, or held it up to whatever it had for a mouth, and it had been listening to us call each other across the store, learning the channel, learning our names, learning Mari's voice out of Mari's own mouth into her own mic all night long. "Price check on aisle 9, boss," while it stood in the dark and learned how to say it back. And now it was using the channel to move us. Heading to the back cooler for the creamer. It wanted somebody to go to the back cooler. It wanted one of us alone in the dark by the milk. "What is it?" Mari said. "Quiet now, real quiet." She'd caught it off me completely. The fear, the way you catch it, and her hands had come up in front of her a little without her knowing it. "Boss, what did you hear?" "Come up front," I said. "Right now. Don't ask. Come on." We got up to the front, all 4 of us, by the customer service desk, where the cigarettes were locked up and the lottery machine glowed. and the big front windows looked out on the empty parking lot, and the 2 sodium lights, and the dark road beyond. Dooley had already put Kevin behind the desk. He had the phone off the hook, the store landline, and he was punching a number, and I saw his jaw working, and he set it back down. "Line's dead," he said. "It can't be dead," I said. "That's a landline. That runs off." "It's dead, Ray." No dial tone. He looked at me. "Cell?" I had my phone out. So did Mari. And I still know exactly what that felt like, because it's one of those things you don't believe until it happens to you. 1 bar, then no bars. Searching. We were out in the county, and the cell coverage in Dell Junction was garbage on the best day. 1 tower off the highway that you lost behind the reservoir hills. And something about that night, or something about them, I never decided which, had it down to nothing. Mari held her phone up over her head by the window like everybody does, like an idiot, like I was doing too, and there was nothing. Searching. And on the front window, faint, our 4 reflections held their phones up to the black glass, and past the reflections the parking lot was empty and the road was empty, and the whole town of Dell Junction was asleep 2 miles off, with its porch lights on, and there was not one single soul who knew that anything was wrong. "Okay," I said. I made myself say it steady, because they were all looking at me, because I was the lead, because that's what the lanyard means, when it finally means something. "Okay, nobody's alone. That's rule 1. From right now, nobody is alone in this store. Not for 1 second, not to pee, not for anything. We stay in 2 pairs, or we stay all 4 together, and I'd rather all 4. Boss." Mari's voice was careful and flat, the way smart people get when they're holding down panic. "What is it? You heard my voice. You said you heard my voice. What did you hear?" So I told them. All of it. Quick, the smell, the swinging chain, the thing that moved between the pallets, and the headset, my voice, her voice, saying it was heading to the back cooler. And I watched it land on each of them different. Mari went pale and still, and I could see her nurse brain working it, trying to file it under something. Rabies, a bear, a man on drugs, anything with a name. Kevin made a sound in his throat, and his eyes filled up, 19 years old. And I didn't blame him one bit. And Dooley. Dooley took off his glasses and cleaned them on his shirt, which is what he did when he was thinking, and he put them back on. And he said, "How many, what? How many did you see? Back there. 1? More than 1? I saw 1 move. But the smell, Dooley, the smell was like a hole. It was like a den. Like there was more than 1 thing making it." He nodded slow, like I'd confirmed something he already didn't like. "My granddad guided in the rubies, same as me," Dooley said. He said it quiet, and he was looking out the black window, not at any of us. Shoshone on his mother's side. He told me things when I was a boy that I decided were stories to keep me out of the high country at night, and I believed they were stories for 60 years. He put his hand flat on the customer service counter, an old man's hand, spotted and thick-knuckled. There's a thing he had a word for that I'm not going to say out loud in here, because he told me you don't say the word's an invitation. He said they run in 2s and 3s. He said they get in low where you keep your food. He said they can do the voice of anything they've heard, a lamb, a woman, your own mother calling you from the trees. And he said the one thing, Ray. Dooley turned and looked at me. "They can wear a shape, but they can't warm it. They're cold. Cold as the ground. That's how Granddad said, you know. Whatever else it looks like, it's cold." Nobody said anything. The lottery machine hummed. Way in the back of the store, so faint I might have imagined it, I heard the swinging dock doors go times wump. "So we call 911, Kevin said. His voice cracked in the middle of it. We call the sheriff. We lock ourselves in the office, and we wait for..." "Phone's dead, son," Dooley said, not unkind. "Both phones. Then we go out the front." Kevin's voice went up high, and I heard the hysteria coming into it, and I needed to stop it before it spread, because panic in a locked box with a predator is its own way to die. "We run for the cars, we drive to town, Kevin." I got a hand on his shoulder, and I made him look at me. "Where's your car parked?" He stopped, He knew where his car was parked. We all parked in the same place. We parked out back in the employee lot, off the receiving dock, by the dumpster and the baler discharge, because that's where the employee door was, and that's where it had always been. Our cars were on the wrong side of the store. Our cars were on the side where the dock door stood, rolled all the way up into the dark, and to get to them we would have to walk back through the stockroom, through the maze of racks, through the den smell, past whatever was in there, and out the man door into a black lot where anything could be waiting between the cars. "The front doors are locked," I said, "and the keys." I stopped. The front door keys hung on a board in the manager's office, which was in the back, off the hallway, 20 feet from the swing dock doors. I watched Kevin understand it, that we were shut in, that the ways out were all in the dark with them, and I watched him start to come apart. And Mari, this is Mari all over, Mari stepped in and took his hand, both her small hands around his one big shaking one, and said, hey Kev, look at me. We got Dooley, okay? Old man knows things. We're gonna be smart. We're gonna be so smart. And she looked at me over his shoulder with her jaw set, telling me, "Get it together, boss. Give us a plan." And I loved her for it. I did. I gave them a plan. It wasn't a good plan. It was the only plan I had. "The office," I said. "We hole up in the office. It's got a steel door. It locks from the inside. There's the safe room wall behind it. No windows. We get in there. We lock it. And we get the door keys and the fire axe off the wall on the way, and we wait for daylight. Doug comes in at 7. Bakery girl comes in at 5. Somebody's going to show up in a few hours to a locked store and a crew that won't answer, and they'll call the sheriff, and the sheriff will come with guns. We just have to be behind a steel door for a few hours. That's all. A few hours." I believed it too when I said it. I want that on the record. I believed we could get to the office. Because I hadn't understood yet what they were, or how they thought, or that the whole reason they'd opened the door and taken the headset and learned our voices was that they weren't going to run us down like dogs on a rabbit. They were going to do it slow. They were going to do it smart. They were going to split us up and take us one at a time, and they were going to use our own voices to do it. And the first move in that game had already been played back on aisle 9, and I hadn't even seen it. Because while I was talking, Kevin's headset, Kevin still had his on, clipped on his ear. I'd taken Mari's and mine, but I never took Kevin's. Kevin's headset made a sound, and out of it, tinny and small and perfect, came my own voice. "Kevin, Ray, I'm in the office. I got the door open. Run for it, buddy. I got you. Run now." I was standing 3 feet from him with my mouth shut. I got him. That's the only reason I'm able to tell this part. Kevin's whole body had already turned toward the back of the store, toward that voice, my voice, the boss's voice saying, "Times, run for it, buddy, I got you." And his sneaker had already squeaked one step across the tile, and I got a fistful of his shirt, and Dooley got the other side of him, and between us we hauled him back so hard. The 3 of us went down in a pile against the customer service counter, and Kevin was fighting us. Actually fighting. Because in his head I was down the hall with the door open and his friends were holding him back from safety. "That's not me," I was saying. Right in his face. Both hands on his cheeks now. Kevin. That's not me. I'm right here. Look at me. That's it. That's the thing. That's how it does it. That's not me." And the headset spoke again, and it was patient, and it was warm, and it was exactly my voice, and it said, "Kevin, why are you fighting them, buddy? Come on. I'm holding the door." The hair stood up on the back of my neck to hear myself say it, because it wasn't just my words. It was my rhythm. It was the way I actually talk, the little buddy I actually call him, the up note I put on the end of a sentence when I'm trying to make a scared kid feel safe. It had been listening for 6 weeks of overnights. It knew how the boss talks to the new kid when the new kid's scared. It knew, and it was using it. And if I had been 30 feet away instead of on top of him, it would have worked, and Kevin would have walked down that hall into the dark, and I'd have never seen him again. I reached up and I tore the headset off his ear, and I threw it clear across the front end. It skittered under a register, and the voice cut off mid-word. We lay there a second, the three of us, in a heap, breathing. Mari stood over us with her box cutter out, that little utility blade, turning in a slow circle, watching the 4 dark aisles that ran back toward the rear of the store, like 4 dark mouths. "Boss," she said, low, not looking down at us. "Boss, get up. They're in the aisles now. I can smell it. It's coming up front." She was right. The dense smell was rolling up the aisles toward us, that wet wild musk getting into the bright clean front of the store where it did not belong, mixing with the smell of floor wax and the bakery's morning bread starting to proof. Wrong place. Wrong smell in the wrong place. And under the hum of the coolers there was a new sound now, a sound I will hear until I die, a soft, quick, clicking patter, like a big dog trotting on tile, coming up aisle 7 or aisle 8. Hard to place. Echoing, and then stopping, and starting again on a different aisle, and stopping. They were pacing us, working the aisles, 2 of them, at least, maybe 3, moving up through the store from the back, using the tall gondola shelves for cover, and every time I tried to fix where one was, the clicking would stop and start somewhere else, closer, and I understood with a sick lurch that they were herding us, the way Dooley used to herd elk, pushing us where they wanted us, and where they wanted us was away from the front doors and back toward the dark. "Office is off the back hall," Dooley said, low, getting to his feet, pulling Kevin up. "We can't get to it, not through the aisles, not with them in the aisles." He was scanning the front of the store, and I watched his old hunter's eyes move over it. The registers, the service desk, the floral cooler, the wall of dark windows, the mouths of the aisles. We need a room with 1 door and no windows that we can reach along the front wall without going down an aisle. "Ray, you know this store better than your own house, where?" And I knew where. And I hated it, because of all the rooms in that store, it was the one that scared me most. But Dooley was right. It was the only one we could reach. You could get to it along the front wall, past the registers, past the bakery, without ever going down between the shelves. "The freezer," I said. "The walk-in. Off the back of frozen foods, but the door's on the end cap. It faces the front. We can get to the door along the front wall. It's steel. It latches. No windows." I swallowed. "It's 10 below in there, though. Dooley, 10 below 0. We can't stay in there long. We'll freeze." "We don't have to stay long," Dooley said. "We just have to be somewhere they can't come through the wall, while I think." He looked at me, and there was something moving behind his eyes already. Some old idea taking shape, and he said a thing that I didn't understand for another half hour. "Cold as the ground, Ray. Remember? Granddad said they're cold as the ground. So, I'm thinking on that. I'm thinking hard on that. Now move. Front wall. Slow and together. Kevin in the middle. Go." We went. We hugged the front wall, past the shutter registers with their little green lights, past the lottery machine, past the bank of newspaper boxes, past the flower cooler with its roses gone gray in the dim, and the whole time the clicking paced us on the other side. Up 1 aisle, stop, up another, closer, and the smell got thicker, and Kevin was making a small sound with every breath, a little and Mari had her hand knotted in the back of his shirt so he couldn't bolt, and I led, and Dooley walked backwards behind us the whole way, facing the aisles. Facing them, an old man with nothing in his hands, walking backwards, watching the dark. We were almost to the bakery when Kevin broke. I don't blame him. I have to say that as many times as it takes. I don't blame him. He was 19, and one of them showed itself. It came out of the mouth of aisle 4, maybe 40 feet off, and it stepped into the light for just a second, just 1 second, and I think it did it on purpose. I think it wanted us to see, because they understood fear better than we did, and fear was the tool they were using, and I'll say what I saw and no more, because I only saw it for a second, and because a second was enough for a lifetime. It stood up like a man. That was the worst of it. It stood on 2 legs like a man, taller than a man, the body lean and wrong under a hide that didn't sit right, The arms too long, the hands too long, and where the head should have been there was the head of a wolf, or a coyote, or a dog. A long gray canine skull of a head, with the ears laid flat and the muzzle low. And it turned that head, and looked at us with eyes that caught the light, and threw it back green and flat, and it opened its mouth, and out of that long, wrong mouth full of teeth came Mari's laugh, Mari's own laugh. That bright laugh that made the store less like a tomb, coming out of that thing in the mouth of aisle 4, easy and warm and pleased. Kevin screamed and ran. He ran the wrong way. That's the thing about panic, it doesn't run towards safety, it just runs, and Kevin's body took him away from the thing in aisle 4, which meant it took him back the way we'd come, back toward the registers, and the second one was there. I never even saw where the second one came from. One moment the front end was empty, and the next there was a shape between Kevin and the windows, low and fast, faster than anything that size has any right to be, and it didn't so much grab him as fold around him. And there was one sound, one short sound, high and surprised, more like a word cut in half than a scream, and then the two of them were gone, down aisle 2, into the dark, and the shelves shivered the whole length of the aisle as something big went down it fast, boxes of cereal thumping to the floor in a long rolling patter, and then nothing. It happened in a heartbeat. It happened between one breath and the next. Kevin Boyle was standing 3 feet from me, and then he was a sound cut in half and a row of cereal boxes falling, and then he was gone, and the store was quiet, and the produce Mr. hissed its long hiss 100 feet away because it was 2:40 and it didn't know or care that the world had ended. Mari made a sound. I put my hand over her mouth. I didn't decide to. My body did it, and I felt her scream come up hot against my palm, and I held it there, and I got my mouth against her ear, and I said, no, we can't. We can't help him, and we can't make noise. I know, freezer, now, right now. And Dooley had the other side of her, and between us we walked her the last 30 feet to the freezer, half carrying her, and her eyes over my hand were the eyes of somebody watching the world break. And I have those eyes filed away with Kevin's cut-off scream and the swinging chain in the place where I keep the things I don't look at in daylight. The walk-in freezer door was a big insulated steel slab with a chrome latch handle, the kind that opens from the inside no matter what. Safety latch, so nobody ever gets shut in and freezes. The irony of that isn't lost on me, believe me. I hauled the latch, and the rubber gasket sucked and popped, and the cold came out at us like a wall, a solid wall of 10 below air, with the smell of cardboard and frost and old blood from the meat. And we went in, all 3 of us, into the dark and the cold. I pulled the heavy door shut behind us and heard the latch seat with a Times chunk, and we were in the freezer. There was a light, 1 caged bulb, and a pull chain, and I found it and pulled it, and the freezer lit up, dim and yellow racks of frozen product, cases of ground beef, and boxes of French fries and stacks of ice cream up the walls. All of it furred with frost, and our breath smoking in the light, and Mari sliding down the wall to sit on the cold floor with her arms around her knees, shaking, and not from the cold, not yet. They can hear us, Dooley said. He said it right against my ear, barely a breath. That door's insulated, but they can hear us if we talk. Keep it down, keep it low. He was already looking around the freezer, and even then, even with Kevin 30 seconds dead, and the cold already reaching into our clothes, the old man was working, his eyes going over the racks, the bulb, the door, the compressor unit humming up in the corner. How cold did you say? 10 below. The log tonight said 11 below. My teeth wanted to chatter and I clamped them. Dooley, we can't stay in here. 20 minutes, maybe 30, and we start going down. Mari's already... I know how cold kills, Ray. I've watched it. He said it flat. He'd found a man frozen in the rubies once. A hunter. He told me that story years ago, and I heard the whole weight of it in how he said it. I'm not planning to stay. I'm planning the opposite. I want you to listen to me now, because I've got one idea and it's a bad one and it's all we've got, and I need you clear. He took my face in both his cold hands, the way I'd taken Kevin's, and he made me look at him in that dim yellow light. You clear? I'm clear. Granddad said they're cold. Cold as the ground. You understand what that means? It means they don't run warm like a wolf, like a man. Whatever keeps them going, it isn't a furnace. I don't know what it is. But cold doesn't bother them the way it bothers us. This freezer doesn't scare them. That's why they'll come in after us, if we let them. They'll walk into 10 below like it's a spring morning, and they'll take us apart in here in the dark, same as out there. He paused. Unless we make the cold do something else. I don't. The door, Ray. His thumb pressed my cheekbone. This door only opens from the inside. Safety latch. Can't lock a man in. But it's steel, and it's heavy, and it seals like a drum. If we could get them in here, all of them, or however many's left, and get ourselves out, and pin that door shut from the outside so the inside latch can't work. He was watching me get it. They don't freeze, but they slow. Everything slows in the cold. Boy, every living thing, and maybe every dead one too. And if they don't slow, then they still can't chew through 6 inches of steel and 4 inches of foam. And Doug comes in at 7 to a locked freezer and a store full of blood, and he calls the sheriff. And the sheriff comes with rifles, and a warm, sunny morning. And they open that door on 3 cold, slow things in a corner, and they empty every gun they own into them. That's the plan. That's the whole plan. Get them in, get us out, pin the door, and let Ridley's Market and the Sunrise and Deputy whoever finish what we can. I looked at that door. I looked at the chrome inside latch, the one that couldn't be locked, the fire code latch that meant you could always get out. And I thought about how you pin a door that opens inward from the outside so it can't be opened from within. And I realized it couldn't be done with the door alone, but the door opened out into the frozen foods end cap, and I knew what was parked 20 feet from that end cap because I'd left it there myself at the start of the shift. The pallet jack, the big electric one, the walkie, 1,800 pounds of steel with forks and a mast, dead parked in front of the ice cream. If we could get that thing nosed up against the freezer door, forks down, dead man's brake set, wheels chalked, nothing on God's earth was pushing that door open from the inside. Not 3 of them, not 30. The walkie, I said. The electric jack. It's right outside on the end cap. We nose it up against the door and set the brake. But Dooley, in here was the hole in it, the hole that was going to cost us everything or save us, I didn't know which yet. To do that, we have to be out there. And they have to be in here. At the same time, we have to get 3 fast, smart things that hunt with our own voices to go into a box and get past them and shut them in without them just taking us in the doorway. Dooley smiled. It was not a good smile. It was the smile of a man who has made up his mind about himself. That's the part I've got worked out, he said, and you're not going to like it. Here's what Dooley had worked out, standing in that freezer with our breath smoking, and he was right that I didn't like it. They hunt what runs and what's alone, he said. They split you off, and they take you by yourself. We watched it, so we give them what they want. We give them a single, hurt, alone, and slow, going into a dead-end box. And every instinct they've got says, take him, and they come in after him, all of them, because that's a kill they can share, that's a downed elk, and nothing walks away from a downed elk. And while they're crowding in on the single, the other 2 are on the door. The single's you, I said. You just described you. The single's me. He said it like he was reading a temperature off the log. I'm 66, Ray. My knees are gone. I'm the slowest thing in this building, and they know it. They've been watching us all night. They know exactly who limps. If Marisol goes in there, they don't buy it. She's young and quick. They smell the difference. If you go in there, we lose the only other set of hands strong enough to move that jack. It's me. It was always going to be me the second I saw that door. Now don't, because I'd started to talk and he put his hand flat on my chest. Don't. I've buried Carol, and I sit in a house every night I can't stand the quiet of, and I have been ready to be done for 4 years, and just too much of a coward to do anything about it. And now here's a way to be done that gets 2 kids out of a building. Don't you dare take that from me by being noble. You're a father. You've got a little girl in Elko waiting on you to get days so you can pick her up on Tuesdays. He'd remembered. Of course he'd remembered. I told him 100 nights breaking down freight. You are going to walk out of this building and go pick up that little girl. That's the plan. That's the whole plan, and you're not changing it. I couldn't talk. Mari had gone still against the wall listening, and her face was wet and freezing, and she was looking at Dooley like she wanted to argue and knew there was no arguing. Now listen close, because the timing's everything. Dooley pulled us both in and got low and quiet, and he laid it out. The headset. There's one still lives somewhere on the front end, the one you threw. They've got one too. They're on our channel. That's how they've been talking. So we get on the channel and we use it against them, same as they use it against us. Ray, you take the headset. You get out there and you nose that walkie up near the freezer door, forks low, ready to slam it home. You keep Marisol with you, 2 of you on that jack, one to drive it and one to chock the wheels the second the door's shut. When I've got them in here, I'll holler. You slam the door, you jam the jack against it, you set the brake, you chock it, and you do not open it again. You do not open it for anything. You understand me? They'll use my voice. The second that door shuts, they'll have my voice. They've had all night to learn it, and they'll be at that door in the dark saying, "Let me out, Ray. It worked. Come on, open up." In my own voice. And it'll be so good you'll believe it. And it won't be me. I'll be gone before they think to try it. You keep that door shut, and you get Marisol at the front, and you break a window if you have to, and you run for town. Say it back to me. Dooley. Say it back. Slam the door, jam the jack, set the brake, chock the wheels. Don't open it for anything. Get Mari out. My voice broke on it. Even your voice. Especially my voice. He almost smiled again. Now the bait. They won't come in for a sound. They're too smart. They've been running the sound game all night. They know a trick when they hear one. They come in for meat and blood and the live thing that's hurt. So, he reached up onto the meat rack and pulled down a case of ground beef, tore it open, and I watched a 66-year-old man take a fistful of frozen raw hamburger and smear it down his own arms, his neck, his gray shirt, until he smelled like a slaughterhouse, until he smelled like prey. I'll lay a trail of it from the door back to the corner. They'll follow the blood in. You just have to give me 60 seconds head start to get it laid and get myself set in the back where they can see me, but you still can. Then you make the call. What call? He handed me the plan's last piece, and it was the cruelest and the smartest thing in it, and it was pure Dooley. You get on that channel, he said, and you be the lead. You be the boss calling his crew, same as every night. And you tell them where the wounded one is. You put it in words they've been listening to all night. You say Dooley's down. Dooley's down in the walk-in. He's hurt bad. He's not moving. Because they've heard you worry about us all night on that headset, Ray. They know that's a real thing. They know that's how the pack talks. And when they hear the lead say a slow old man is down and bleeding in a cold dark box, every instinct they own is going to say go. And they'll go, and they'll go together, and they'll go fast, because they won't want to miss the share. He put the greasy, bloody hand on my shoulder one last time. You're going to use the thing they did to us to do it back to them. That's how you kill something smart, boy. You let it be smart. You let it outthink itself. Now help me get this door propped and get out there. It's cold and I don't want to do this twice. So, we did it. I want to tell it slow, because it happened fast, and because I owe it to them to get it right. But the truth is that the next 4 minutes are the 4 minutes I remember least in order and most in pieces. The way you remember a car wreck, a flash of this, a flash of that, and your body doing things your mind only catches up to later. Mari and I went out the freezer door first, into the dim of the frozen foods aisle, and I pulled it too, but didn't latch it, left it cracked an inch, the cold breathing out of it in a thin gray fog across the tile. The walkie was right where I'd left it, dead parked by the ice cream. I got on it and thumbed it awake, and the little control handle lit up and I walked it around that low hum of the drive motor. God, it sounded loud as a jet in that quiet, and I nosed it up to the front of it. The load wheels and the low steel apron sat 4 feet off the freezer door, square to it, aimed, close enough to ram home the second the door shut. Not so close, it fouled the swing. Mari crouched by the load wheels with 2 of the rubber floor chocks we used on the pallets, 1 in each hand, her jaw set, her face a mask, and she'd stopped crying. She'd gone somewhere cold and steady inside herself. The place nurses go, and she gave me one nod. Ready. I found the thrown headset under register 3. It still had a charge. I clipped it on my ear with a hand that didn't want to work, and I could hear the channel breathing that faint open hiss of a live channel with something on the other end of it. They were on it. They were listening. Somewhere in my store, in the dark, at least one of them stood with a stolen earpiece against its long skull, waiting, patient, and it heard me key up. Through the crack in the freezer door I could see a slice of the inside the caged bulb, and Dooley moving in the back, laying his trail, hunched, quick, smearing blood in a line from the door to the far corner where the ice cream was stacked head high. He got to the corner. He turned around. He looked out through that inch of gap and found my eye. One old man's eye in a slot of yellow light, and he lifted his chin at me. Go. I keyed the headset, and I made my voice the voice I use every night, the tired, flat lead voice, the boss checking on his crew at 2 a.m, and I said the words that were a lie and a lure and the truest thing I ever said, because they were how you talk when you love the people you work beside. Dooley's down. Dooley's down in the walk-in. He's hurt. He's hurt bad. He's not moving. He's in the freezer. He's bleeding. He's not getting up. And I let go of the key, and the channel hissed, and for 1 second, 2, 3, nothing happened. And I thought, it didn't work. They're too smart. They know my voice is coming from a different place than every other night. And then they came. I heard them before I saw them. That quick clicking patter, but not one this time, not 2. A rush of it, a stampede of it. Claws on tile from 3 directions at once, converging, fast. So much faster than anything alive. And the smell rolled ahead of them like a wave. And the first one came around the end cap of frozen foods so fast it was just a long, low, gray blur. And it went for the cracked door. Went for the blood smell and the down old man, and it hit the door and shouldered it open and poured inside, into the light, into the cold. And I saw it whole for half a second in the yellow bulb, the long back, the wrong shoulders, the flat green eye, and then the second one was right behind it, right on its heels, into the freezer. And I was screaming inside my own head, times 2, that's 2, where's the third? There were 3, where's the third? The third one didn't go for the door. The third one went for Mari. I don't know if it was smarter or just last or just hungry, but it came around low and wide and it went for the small crouch thing by the load wheels, and I have never moved like I moved then. I don't know where it came from. I got the walkie's control handle and I twisted the throttle full and I drove 1,800 pounds of steel sideways into it as it lunged, and it was like hitting a side of beef that screamed. A huge, soft, heavy weight, and then a sound I felt in my teeth, and it went down under the load wheels, and the jack shuddered and stalled against it, and Mari was scrambling back with her box cutter out, slashing at a long gray reaching arm, and I was hauling the throttle and the thing was thrashing under the steel, and from inside the freezer Dooley bellowed, "Now, Ray, now, they're in, shut it, shut it." And there was a wet ripping commotion of sound from inside that box that I will not describe because I only heard it, I didn't see it, and thank God I only heard it. I let go of everything. I let the throttle go, and I threw my whole body at the freezer door, and I slammed it on the 2 that were inside with Dooley. And the gasket sucked, and the latch went times chunk, and I hauled the walkie's handle and drove it the last 4 feet, nose first, into the steel of the door, forks down, apron flat, against it. And I stomped the brake pedal, and the dead man's brake locked the whole 1,800 pounds solid and Mari was already jamming the chocks under the load wheels, both of them, hammering them in with the heel of her hand. And the third one dragged itself out from under the jack with its back end wrong, ruined, and it did not run at us. It dragged itself away down the dark of aisle 1 and was gone into the store, into the maze, hurt, and I let it go because I had nothing left, and because the door was the thing, the door boomed from the inside. Once, twice, a huge flat impact that bowed the steel a half inch and made the whole jack skid an inch against the chocks before they bit and held. Boom, boom, and then it stopped. And then, in the ringing quiet, with the cold fog pouring out around the seal of the door and the drive motor of the jack ticking as it cooled, a voice came through the steel. Dooley's voice. Ray, it worked. We got 'em. They're down. They're froze up. It worked. Open her up, son. My hand's caught. I need you to open the door. Ray, open the door. It's cold. Ray, open the door. It was perfect. It was his voice down to the grain. The little wheeze he had, the way he called me son. And it was too soon. It was 10 seconds too soon. Dooley had told me he'd be gone before they thought to try it, and it had been 10 seconds. And the thing behind that door thought that was long enough, because it did not understand yet how a man like Dooley says goodbye. It did not understand that when Dooley told me times to, especially my voice times, he was telling me he already knew he wasn't going to be alive to ask. And I stood there with my hand flat on the cold steel of that door, and Dooley's voice came through it saying, "Time's open the door, son. It's cold." And I did the hardest thing I have ever done in my life. I took my hand off the door, and I stepped back, and I did not open it. "Boss." Mari had my arm. She was pulling me. "Boss, we have to go. The third one. It's still we have to go. We have to go now." We ran for the front. There was no slow and steady left in me, no predator logic, nothing but the animal wanting out. And we ran up the front wall past the registers with the voice still coming behind us through the freezer door times. "Ray, don't leave me in the cold. Ray, open the door." You promised times, and I know it wasn't him. I knew it then, but knowing didn't do a thing to how it felt, and it followed us up the front of the store. That voice, patient and hurt and mine to answer, until the coolers and the distance ate it. The third one was between us and the front doors. It had dragged itself up onto the checkout belt of Register 1, and it lay there in the dark with its back end ruined, panting, that long gray head low, and it watched us come, and it opened its mouth, and I braced for Kevin's voice or Carol's voice or my daughter's voice. God help me, I braced for Katie, but it didn't have the wind for it anymore. What came out was just a sound, just a low, broken animal sound, wet and tired and almost, I'll say it because it's true, almost sad. And I have thought about that sound a great deal in the years since, and I have never decided what it was, whether it was pain or grief or just the noise a hunt makes when it ends wrong. Mari didn't slow down. That little 5 nothing of a girl who threw canned tomatoes like they'd insulted her mother, she ran straight at it with her can of pepper spray. Up the pepper spray her careful mother made her carry, and she emptied the whole can into that flat green eye at 2 feet. And the thing reared and screamed, a real scream, not anybody's voice, its own, and fell off the belt on its ruined back end, thrashing, and we were past it. We were at the doors. The front doors were locked and the keys were in the back, and I never even tried them. I picked up the steel newspaper rack. The heavy one bolted to nothing, and I put it through the big front window, and the glass came down like water, like the whole front of the store was crying itself empty. And the cold desert night came in smelling of dust and diesel and cut alfalfa, and we went out through the hole in the glass into the parking lot under the 2 sodium lights, and we ran across the empty lot and across the county road and out into the black alfalfa field with the pivot sprinklers ticking. and we didn't stop until Dell Junction's few porch lights were close, and the Ridley's was a small, bright box behind us, in the dark with one black hole where its window used to be. The sheriff's deputy who finally came, it was near 4 in the morning by the time we got a door pounded on and a phone that worked, and somebody who believed enough of it to make the call. His name was Aguirre, and he was young, and he did not believe a word of it, not the words anyway, but he believed our faces, and he believed the blood, and he called for more than one car before he'd go near the place. I'll set down what they found, and then the part I don't tell, and then I'm done. They found the freezer shut, and the pallet jack jammed against it, exactly the way we left it. Brake set, chocks in, and behind that door they found the cold and the dark had done what Dooley said it might not. Or maybe the door alone did it, or maybe it was the 4 hours they found 2 of them in the back corner in the ice cream, gone still, and I'll leave it there, except to say the deputies who opened that door don't work overnights anymore. None of them, not one. They found Dooley too. I won't say how. He done what he set out to do, and he done it with his eyes open, and I put a 2-year chip on his grave, because it was the only thing I had that meant times I stayed clean. I stayed, thank you. And that's between me and Dooley, and I've said too much about it already. They never found Kevin Boyle. Not that night, not that week, not ever. There is a boy from Dell Junction who's been a missing persons case for years now, a skinny red-headed kid who was $300 short of a Silverado, and the official story is he ran off, kids do, and his grandma out past the fairgrounds died still setting a place for him, and I go by that grave too. And they only ever accounted for 2. That's the part. 2 in the freezer. And the third one, the one Mari blinded, the one with the ruined back end, the one that made the sad sound, the third one, was not in the store when the sun came up. There was blood, a lot of it, a long smeared trail of it, going back through the aisles and through the stockroom and out across the dock leveler and down the concrete ramp into the lot, out to where our cars were parked, and then out past the cars into the sage, going north toward the rail spur and the reservoir and the high country of the rubies beyond. And the trail thinned, and the trail stopped, and that was all. They put dogs on it. The dogs would not go past the dock. So, I don't know. That's the truth, and it's the only ending I've got, and I've made my peace that it's the only one I'll ever have. I don't know if we got them. I got 2. Dooley got 2, is the honest way to say it. But I have stood in the frozen foods aisle of a grocery store since a different store, a different town. I moved us. I got days finally somewhere far from Dell Junction, and I pick up my daughter on Tuesdays now. I did that. I did the one thing Dooley told me to do. I have stood in a frozen foods aisle a long way from Nevada with the cold fog pouring off the door and heard the compressor kick on and felt the old animal part of me, the part that's older than talking, go still and quiet and certain, and I have turned around fast, faster than a grown man ought to look at an empty aisle. And there's the last thing, and then I'm really done. Sometimes, on the overnight, because I still can't sleep the way regular people sleep, that never came back sometimes, late, in that new store, in that far-off town, I'll be alone on an aisle at 3 in the morning, and the little radio on the end cap will hiss the way an open channel hisses, and I'll hear, so faint, so far off, coming from somewhere back past the swinging doors where the dock is, and the dark is, and the racks go up 16 feet into the shadow. I'll hear an old man's voice, wheezing a little, calling me son, asking me to open the door. Story 4. The graveyard shift at the Saltwheel. The fry cook before me left a note taped to the hood vent that said, "Don't trust the ice machine," and I never did figure out what he meant by it. But I thought about that note a lot the night the 3 of them came in off the interstate. The Saltwheel diner sat alone on a spur of cracked asphalt, a quarter-mile off the Merritt Well exit, which is exit 200 and something on Interstate 80, out where the map goes, the color of a bruise, and stays that way for 60 miles in any direction. Anybody who has driven that stretch of Nevada at night knows the kind of dark I mean. It isn't the dark of a city that has turned its lights off. It's the older dark, the dark that was there first, the dark the road cuts through like a wire through cheese. On a clear night, you could stand in our parking lot and see the whole sky come down and touch the salt flats, and the salt flats would give a little of that starlight back, a flat gray shine that went all the way to the pass. And there wasn't one other made thing between you and the mountains except the Saltwheel itself, a lit glass box. That's what we were. A lit glass box sitting alone in 100 miles of nothing, humming to itself, open 24 hours because the sign said so, and because the man who owned us, a man in Elko I met exactly twice, believed that a diner that ever closed was a diner that admitted it could die. I was the one who kept it open from 10 at night to 6 in the morning. Night manager, they called me on the schedule, but that was a courtesy. There was no one to manage but a waitress and a dishwasher and whatever came in off the road, and there was nothing to cook but the graveyard menu, which was eggs and hash and the chicken fried steak and pie. Mostly I cooked for truckers hauling the long empty leg between Salt Lake and Reno, and for the occasional carload of kids who'd gotten themselves lost taking the scenic way to somewhere, and for the pest patrol boys when the weather turned. Slow nights I'd cook for nobody. I'd stand at the flat top and scrape it clean again, and I'd listen to the coolers cycle on and off, and I'd watch my own face float in the black plate glass over the booths, and I would think about money. My name is Ray Coburn. I was 56 that year. I had a bad left knee from a fall off a loading dock in a life I don't talk about, and I walked with a hitch that got worse the longer the shift ran, so that by 4 in the morning I was more or less dragging myself from the grill to the pass-through and back. I owed $11,000 to a man named Deshaun Pelletier, who was not the kind of man you left owing money to, and I owed a little over $9,000 more in back support to the state of Nevada on account of a daughter named Josie, who was 14 that year, and lived with her mother in Winnemucca, and who I had not seen in going on 3 years. That is the true shape of me. On the night, the three of them came. A man with a bad knee cooking eggs at the edge of the world to pay down 2 debts, one to a loan shark and one to his own kid, and telling himself that the second one was the one that mattered, and lying about it a little, the way you do. I want to say Josie's name once more before the rest of it, because it matters to how the night went. Josie. She was into horses when she was small. She had a stuffed one, a gray one with a chewed-off ear, that she called Ashes, and when she was 5 she used to make me tuck Ashes in first, before her, every single night, and if I forgot, she would cry like the world was ending. I kept a picture of her in my wallet from when she was 7, gap-toothed, holding a fishing rod at Rye Patch, and I looked at it more than a man my age ought to admit. I had it in my head that if I could get square with the state, get the payments current, I could call, and her mother wouldn't have a reason to say no anymore. That was the story I told myself at the grill. That was the money I was cooking for, and it mattered more than I had any way of knowing. That night I had 2 others in the building with me. Dina Voss worked the floor. She was 26 and had a boy named Cody who was 3 and who lived with Dina's mother across the county line because Dina worked nights and there was no other way to do it. She wore her hair in a knot she stabbed a pencil through, and she had a laugh that was too big for the room, a real bark of a thing, and she was saving to get out. That's the thing about the people who worked the Saltwheel. Everybody was saving to get out. It was a place you passed through even if you'd been there 9 years. Dina kept a coffee can in her locker with a picture of a little house on it, a rental in Spring Creek she'd found online with a fenced yard, and she put her tips in it and would not touch them, and I respected the hell out of her for it. She called me Ray Ray to needle me, and she was the only person alive who could get away with it. The dishwasher was a kid named Salvador Ruiz, Sal, 19, big and soft-spoken and slow, in a way that had nothing to do with being dumb, because he wasn't. He just took the world in careful, one piece at a time. Like a man reading in a language he was still learning. He wore earbuds while he worked and hummed to whatever was in them, off-key, happy, and he had a way of ducking his head when you thanked him like the thanks embarrassed him. Sal lived with his grandmother in Merritt Well proper and rode a dirt bike out to the diner along the frontage road because he'd lost his license to a DUI he'd gotten at 17 being an idiot. And he was so ashamed of that DUI that he brought it up about once a week, unprompted, to apologize for it to no one. I like Sal more than I have liked most people. I want that on the record before the rest of it. So that was us. Me, Dina, Sal. 3 people in a lit glass box, and one more who wasn't staff, but might as well have been. Earl Kessler came in most nights around midnight and left around 3, and he sat at the far end of the counter on the stool nobody else used, because the vinyl was split and pinched you if you weren't careful. And he drank decaf and ate a slice of whatever pie was freshest, and he talked. Earl had driven a truck for 31 years, mostly reefer loads, produce out of the Central Valley, and now his back was shot and his wife was dead 2 winters, and he lived in a single wide in Merritt Well with a healer named Duke, and he came to the Saltwheel at night the way some men go to church, because the alternative was sitting alone with the television, and he could not do it anymore. He knew that road. That's the part that matters. Earl Kessler knew Interstate 80 at night the way I know the inside of a kitchen, and Earl was the first one of us who understood that something was wrong. And if he hadn't been there, I think all 3 of us who lived would be dead. It had been a slow night. It was the middle of the week, late October, the tail of the month, and the cold had come down out of the pass early that year. Not snow yet, but that dry, hard cold that makes the salt flats crack and boom out in the dark like something big is walking on them. There had been a trucker around 11, a pass patrol unit around midnight who took 2 coffees to go, and then nothing. Dina had rolled every set of silverware we owned and started in on the ketchups, marrying the bottles, and Sal had the dish pit caught up and was mopping the back. And Earl was on his stool working through a piece of the cherry and telling me about a load of lettuce he had lost to a broken compressor outside Wells in 1988, a story I had heard maybe 40 times and did not mind hearing again. It was 20 past 1 in the morning when the headlights came off the interstate. I noticed them the way you notice anything at the Saltwheel at night, which is that there is nothing else to notice. 2 lights swung down off the exit and came along the spur toward us. Slow, and I remember thinking the slow was off because there is no reason to go slow on that spur. It's straight and it's empty, and it's a quarter mile of nothing between the off-ramp and our lot, but these lights came at a crawl, like a man walking a dog, and they turned into the lot, and the beam swept across the plate glass and across all our faces, mine and Dina's, and Sal's coming out of the back and Earl's on his stool, and then they went dark. And for a second I couldn't see the vehicle at all, just the after image of the lights, and the dark where they'd been. Company, Dina said, not looking up from the ketchups. Yep, I said, and I put my flat top back up to temperature out of habit, because company at 1:20 in the morning off Interstate 80 means somebody who's been driving a long time and is going to want hot food, and you get ahead of it. Earl looked up from his pie. I remember he had his fork halfway to his mouth, and he stopped it there, and he looked out the window at the dark shape of the car in the lot, and he set the fork down. Just set it down on the plate, real quiet. I didn't think anything of it at the time. Now I know that Earl, who had spent 31 years learning what belonged on that road and what didn't, had already felt the first cold finger of it, the same one the fry cook before me must have felt when he wrote his note about the ice machine, the one that whispers in the back of the animal part of your brain, the part that was keeping our great-great-grandfathers alive out here a long time before there were interstates or diners or lit glass boxes to hide inside of. That part of Earl had woken up, and it was already afraid. The 3 of them came across the lot on foot. I couldn't see them well through the glass, because the lot lights out front had been half dead for a month, the owner and Elko in no hurry to send a man out to fix them. So I saw them mostly as 3 shapes, moving through the bad orange light and the dark, coming toward the door, unhurried, close together. And there was something about the way they moved that I noticed, and then talked myself out of noticing. which is a thing I would do over and over that night. All of us would, right up until we couldn't anymore. They moved together. That's the thing. Not like three people who happen to be walking the same direction, hanging back, spread out, one ahead. They moved like one thing that had three parts. Shoulder to shoulder to shoulder, matching stride, and their heads didn't turn to look at the building or the lot or each other. Three heads pointed straight at the door. The bell over the door was a real bell, a brass one, on a bent nail, and it rang when they came in, and the cold came in with them, that hard, dry pass cold, and the three of them stood just inside the door, under the light, and I got my first good look, and my brain did that thing where it sorts what it sees into boxes it already has, because that is what a brain is for. And it put them in the box marked people, and I went on with my night. 3 men. That's what I saw. 3 men in dark clothes, tall, all about the same tall, wearing coats that were wrong for how new they looked. Stiff, like coats bought that day and never worn, and hats. The 2 on the outside in ball caps, pulled low, and the one in the middle in a flat wool cap, like an old man wears, though he did not move like an old man. Their faces were down and back in the shadow of the brims, and I did not see them clearly, and I wish I could say I saw them clearly later, but that is exactly the thing. That is the whole trick of it. I never saw them clearly, not once, not the whole night. They lived in the half-inch of shadow under a hat brim, and the reflection of the plate glass and the corner of my eye, and by the time I turned to look straight at one, it had turned its face down or away, always, every single time, so smooth. I didn't even clock that it had done it, I just came away with an impression. Long face, something wrong with the jaw. Eyes set a hair too far apart, and a hair too far up the skull, and you'd blink and file it under tired, and go back to your eggs. "Sit anywhere," Dina called out, in her working voice, bright and bored at the same time. "Menus are on the table." They sat in booth 4. Booth 4 is worth explaining, because it matters later. It was the third booth down the window side, and it was the one with the best view of the whole room, because of how the counter angled, and drivers who'd been alone all night tended to take it without knowing why, so they could see the door and the kitchen pass and the whole floor while they ate. Cops took booth 4. Truckers took booth 4. Anybody who'd learned, somewhere in their life, to sit where they could watch the room took booth 4. The 3 of them went to it straight, no looking around, no drifting, straight to booth 4 like they'd sat in it 1,000 times. And 2 of them went in on the side that faced the room, and one sat across from them with his back to the door, and I remember thinking, in the small idle way you think things at 1 in the morning, 2 in 1, and not why, just Dina took them water. That was our way. You take water and menus and you give people a minute. She set down 3 waters and 3 menus and said a few words I didn't hear, and came back behind the counter and picked up her ketchups again, and I said, "Low. What'll they want?" they say. "Didn't say," Dina said. Guy in the middle just goes, "Coffee." That's it. Coffee. She shrugged. "Long haul probably. I'll get him in a sec." Earl was still not eating his pie. Earl had turned about a quarter of the way around on his stool, the way an old man does, so that he could keep the booth in the edge of his vision, and he had both hands flat on the counter, and he was looking at his own hands, and I said, "You want that heated up, Earl? Ice cream on it?" And Earl said, without looking at me, in a voice that wasn't his midnight voice, quieter, "How many did you count, Ray?" "How many what?" "Come in." "How many?" "3, I said. Earl nodded slow, still looking at his hands. "That's what I got," he said. 3. And he didn't say anything else, and I thought he was just tired, an old man winding down, and I went to pour the coffee. I brought the pot to booth 4 myself, because Dina was elbow deep in the ketchups, and because I wanted, if I'm honest, to get a look at them the way you want to look at anybody new, in a place where nobody new comes. I came around the counter with the pot and 3 cups on the tray, and I came up on the booth from the kitchen side, and I got close, closer than Dina had been, And that's where I got my first piece of the wrongness. The first piece I couldn't fully talk myself out of, though God knows I tried. They smelled wrong. I've cooked in kitchens my whole life and my nose is ruined for most things, but there are smells that get under even a cook's dead nose, and the smell that came off that booth when I got close was one of them. It wasn't a bad smell, exactly. That's what made it bad. It was a cold smell, a mineral smell, like the inside of a cave, like wet stone in old water, and underneath it something else, something faint and sweetish that I knew and couldn't place. And I stood there with the coffee pot in my hand trying to place it, and I placed it, and I wished I hadn't. It was the smell of a walk-in freezer when the compressors died, and you open it after 3 days, and the meat inside has just started to turn. Not rotten yet, just turning. That cold, sweet edge right before. That was the smell of the three of them in booth 4, and I was standing over them with a pot of coffee. Coffee? I said, and my voice came out normal, which surprised me. Coffee, said the one in the middle, the one in the wool cap, and here is the second piece, the second thing I noticed and put away, because his voice was fine. His voice was completely fine. It was a low, easy, ordinary man's voice. No accent, warm even, the kind of voice you'd trust to give you directions. And it said coffee back to me the exact same way I'd said it. The exact same shape and weight, like an echo. Like he'd taken my word and handed it back. And I thought that was just a way of agreeing the way people do. You say coffee and they say coffee, and I filled 3 cups. I filled 3 cups, and I did not look at their faces, because they did not give me their faces. All 3 of them kept their heads tipped down toward the table, toward the menus they hadn't opened, and the brims of their hats and caps made 3 little curved shadows, and their faces stayed in those shadows. And I poured, and the steam came up off the 3 cups, and I noticed, because a cook notices coffee, that not one of the 3 of them moved toward a cup. Most people, you pour, and their hand comes for the cup before you've even finished. A reflex. Cold night, hot coffee, the hand just goes. Nobody's hand went. 6 hands stayed flat on the table, and I noticed the hands. I'll set down what I saw of the hands and then move on, because I only got the one look, and I have spent a lot of nights since trying to unsee it, and I can't. The hands were too long. Not deformed, not clawed, nothing you could point at and say, there, that's wrong. Just a little too long in the finger, a little too narrow across the back, the knuckles a shade too big, the nails a shade too dark, and a shade too thick, and the skin over all of it was the wrong color for skin. Gray under the fluorescent light where mine looked pink. Gray like the salt flats look, gray like something that has never once in its life been warm. And they were still, that's the thing my eye caught, under the counting and the color, they were too still. 6 hands on a table and not one twitch, not one finger drum, not one of the little idle motions that living hands make without being told, because living hands are always doing something, always. And these 6 were laid out flat and dead still, like 6 things arranged there by somebody, like a display. And I looked at the 6 still gray, 2 long hands, and my mouth went dry, and the animal in the back of my skull, the one that had already woken Earl, rolled over and opened one eye. Y'all know what you want to eat? I said, and I heard my own voice do a thing then, a small climb at the end, a nervousness, and I hated it. The middle one, the wool cap, said, what you got? Not a question. He said it flat, the way I might have. And again I had that feeling of my own words coming back at me a beat late, worn smooth, and I said, well, this time of night it's breakfast, mostly. Eggs, hash, chicken fried steak's good. We got pie, and the wool cap said, chicken fried steak's good. And one of the ball caps, the one nearest the window, said, quiet, a half second behind, pie. And the third one didn't say anything at all. 3 chicken frieds, I said. 3, said the wool cap. Comes with 2 eggs and hash and toast. How you want the eggs? There was a pause. It was a small pause, but I felt it, the way you feel a stare that isn't there in the dark. It was the pause of something that had been keeping up, matching me word for word, running a step behind and hiding it well, and had just been asked a question. It did not have my words to answer. A real question. A question that needed a real answer from inside a life it did not have. How do you want the eggs? And for just that 1 second, the whole thing, the coat and the cap and the easy voice, went thin. And behind it I felt something vast and cold and patient and old considering the question, how do you want the eggs? And then the wool cap tipped his head a half-inch more down, and he said, in that same warm, reasonable voice, how you make 'em. Over easy, okay? Over easy, okay, it said. You got it, I said. And I took the tray and I walked back to the kitchen, and I did not run. And I have wondered since where I found that, the not running, because every part of me below the neck wanted to run. Behind the line, I set down the tray, and I stood there a second with my back to the room, and I breathed. Dina came by with her tray of married ketchups and clocked my face and said, "You okay, Ray Ray? You look like you seen your ex." And I made myself laugh, and I said, 3 chicken frieds, over easy. And I cracked the eggs, and I dropped the steaks in the fryer, and the kitchen filled up with the ordinary good noise and smell of it. The sizzle, the oil, the eggs going lacy at the edges. And I let that noise and that smell put the world back the way it was supposed to be. Because that is the great mercy and the great trap of a kitchen. It will always give you something to do with your hands, so you don't have to think about what your hands already know. While the steaks cooked, I looked at the booth in the reflection. You could do that at the Saltwheel. The plate glass along the window side went black at night with the dark behind it, and it threw the whole lit room back at you, doubled, so that from the line I could see booth 4 twice, once real and small down the length of the counter, and once ghostly and full-size floating out in the dark beyond the glass, hanging over the parking lot, over the dead orange lights. 3 men sitting in a booth, out in the middle of the night air. And I watched the ghost booth while my steaks cooked, and I saw the 3 of them do the thing that I think finally, fully broke the box in my head marked people. The thing I could not talk my way out of, no matter how hard the kitchen tried to help me. They watched us. The second I turned my back and went to the grill, all 3 heads came up. In the real booth, down the counter, if you'd glanced, you'd have seen 3 men with their heads down at a table, polite, waiting on their food. But in the reflection, in the ghost booth, hanging out in the dark where they didn't know I could see them, all 3 heads had come up the instant they thought no one was looking, and all 3 were turned, and all 3 were watching. One watched Dina move down the floor with her ketchups. One watched Sal come out of the back drying his hands, and one, the middle one, the wool cap, was watching me, watching my back at the grill, and even in the ghost blur of the reflection, even 40 feet away and doubled in dark glass, I could feel the weight of it land between my shoulder blades like a hand laid flat, cold, and I understood, standing there with a spatula in my hand and 3 steaks spitting in front of me, that we were not being visited. We were being counted. We were being learned. The way a man learns a room before he does something in it. The way I learn a kitchen, where the exits are, where the sharp things are. How many and how fast, and which one's the slow one with the bad knee. I turned around and all 3 heads went back down, together, smooth, gone. 3 tired travelers waiting on their eggs. Earl was watching me from his stool. He'd seen me see it. I don't know how. Maybe he'd been watching the reflection too. An old road dog like Earl would know the trick of the black glass, and his face had gone a color I did not like. A gray that was too close to the gray of those hands, and he made a small motion with 2 fingers, low, against the counter. Come here. Come talk to me. I plated the 3 steaks first. I don't know why. Habit maybe, or maybe some animal politeness. Don't spook it, feed it, act normal, act normal. I plated the 3 chicken frieds with the eggs over easy and the hash and the toast, and I called Dina, and Dina took them out on the tray, and I saw her set them down in booth 4. 3 plates, 3 sets of silver. and I watched the three of them not move, not touch the food, not touch the coffee. 6 gray hands flat on the table on either side of 3 steaming plates. And Dina spoke and got nothing back and came away with her empty tray and her too big laugh. Nowhere on her face now. And she came behind the line and set the tray down and said, "Low, not bright anymore. Ray, those guys aren't eating." "I know," I said. "They're not eating and they're not talking and that one keeps..." She stopped. She wet her lip. "That one keeps saying what I say." I said, "Enjoy your meal," and he goes, "Enjoy your meal." Right back at me. Same voice. My voice. Almost. It's freaking me out. "I know," I said. "Go stand by Earl. Bring the coffee pot. Look like you're refilling him. Don't go back to that booth." She looked at me a second, and whatever she saw on my face, she didn't argue, and that told me more than anything how bad it already was, because Dina Voss argued with everything. And she took the pot and went down to the far end by Earl, and she did not go back to booth 4, and that was the first move any of us made on purpose. The first time we started, without saying it, to pull ourselves together at one end of the room and leave the other end to them. It was 1:40 in the morning. There were 4 of us. There were 3 of them, and the dark went on for 60 miles in every direction, and there was no one else, and the geography of it matters because it's the geography that made the whole thing what it was. Behind the Saltwheel north, the salt flats ran flat and pale to the base of the pass, cracking and booming in the cold. West, the interstate empty. East, the interstate empty. And across the spur road, dead opposite our lot, sat the Blue Sage Motel, which had closed in 2009 and never reopened. A long, low L of 11 dark rooms, with the doors hanging, and the pool full of tumbleweed, and a dead neon sign on a pole that said Blue Sage, and under it Vacan with the last 2 letters gone. And I had never in 6 years of graveyard shifts thought one thing about the Blue Sage, except that it was ugly. And that night I could not stop looking at it, because that was where the 4th one was. I need to back up to how we learned there was a 4th one, because it's the thing that turned it from a bad feeling into a fact, and it's the thing Earl gave us, and I owe it to Earl to get it right. I went down the counter to Earl. Dina stood behind him with the coffee pot, not pouring, just holding it, and Sal had drifted down too, sensing the way animals sense it that the herd had moved. And he stood at the end of the counter with his earbuds out now, coiled in his hand, his big soft face gone uncertain, and the 4 of us were bunched at the register end of the counter, as far from booth 4 as you could get and still be in the room, and Earl talked low and fast and did not look at the booth. "I've been driving that road 31 years, Earl said. "I want to tell you something, and I want you to not laugh." "I'm not laughing, Earl." "When they come across the lot," Earl said, "I counted 3. You counted 3. But before that, when the lights come down the ramp..." He stopped. His jaw worked. "Ray, that car took 4 minutes to come down the spur. I timed it. I didn't mean to, but I timed it. On the clock there. From when the lights hit the ramp to when they pulled in. 4 minutes. That's a quarter mile. You know how slow you gotta go to take 4 minutes on a quarter mile of straight road?" "Real slow," I said. "Real slow," Earl said. And he wet his lips. And here his voice dropped, so I had to lean in. "You gotta go walking speed, Ray. That car come down that spur at walking speed." Like it was keeping pace with something. Like something was walking alongside it, in the dark, off the road, out in the sage, keeping pace. And the car wasn't gonna get ahead of it. He looked up at me finally, and his old eyes were wet and steady. 3 come in the door, but 4 come down that road. I put my truck on it, 3 come in, and 1 stayed outside. And as if it had been waiting for him to say it out loud, something moved across the lot. We all saw it. We were all looking that way, out the plate glass, past the dead orange lights, at the black shape of the car, and beyond it, the dark hulk of the Blue Sage. And something came across the open ground, between the car and the motel, low and quick and wrong. I want to be careful here, because This is the first time I saw one of them move in the open, and I only saw it for a piece of a second, and I have never been able to make it hold still in my memory. It went from the dark by the car to the dark by the motel, across maybe 40 feet of open lot, and it went low, hunched, but not like a man hunches, and it went fast, faster than a man, faster than anything that big has a right to go, and it did not run like a dog runs or a man runs. It ran wrong, the joints in the wrong places, too many angles, an arm or a leg coming out where it shouldn't and pulling the whole shape forward in a lunge, and then it was in the dark by the motel and it was gone, and the thing my eye kept, the one image it managed to grab and hold up before the whole thing vanished, was the head, because for one instant the head came up against the pale gray of the salt flats behind it, in silhouette, and the head was long. The head was a dog's head, a wolf's head, a long muzzle, and a high skull, and ears laid back flat, set on top of a body that stood up too tall, and ran on legs that were almost a man's legs, and almost not. And then it was gone into the black of the blue sage, and the lot was empty and still, and the cold boomed once, far off, out on the flats. Nobody said anything for a while. Sal made a small sound. Dina reached back without looking and found his arm and held it. Earl put both his old hands flat on the counter again, the way he had at the start, and I understood now that he'd been doing it to keep them from shaking. "Okay," I said. My voice sounded far away to me. "Okay. Nobody go near that booth. Nobody go out that door. Dina, where's your phone?" "In my apron," she said. "Ray, there's no bars out here. You know there's no bars. We run the card machine off the landline." "The landline," I said. "The landline works. Sal, look at me." Sal looked at me. "In the office, on the wall, there's the phone. I want you to walk back there, slow, don't run, and I want you to call 911. You got that? 911. Tell him the Saltwheel Diner, Merritt Well exit, Interstate 80. Tell him we got a..." I stopped. "What do you tell him?" "Tell him we got a break-in. Men outside trying to get in. Tell him we're scared for our lives." That's the word, scared for our lives. They gotta send somebody. "Can you do that?" Sal nodded. His face was gray, but he nodded, and God bless him, he went. He walked back along the counter and around into the little office off the kitchen where the landline was, slow, the way I'd told him, and I watched him go, and I turned back to the booth to keep my eyes on the three of them, and that is when I understood the real trap of it, the thing that made the whole rest of the night the way it was. There were two of them in the booth. I counted again. Two. Two dark shapes in booth 4, where there had been 3. The wool cap and one ball cap. The one who'd sat with his back to the door, the third one, the quiet one who never spoke, was gone. "Dina," I said, real quiet, "how many in the booth?" She looked. I heard her breath go. "2, she said. "There was 3. Ray, there was 3. I set down 3 plates." "I know. Where'd he?" She turned to the door. The bell over the door hadn't rung. I would have heard it. In that silence, in that dead room, I would have heard the bell. And the bell had not rung, and there were only 2 of them in the booth now, and one of them was somewhere else in my building. And Sal was alone in the back by the office where the phone was, and I moved. I have that bad knee, and I hadn't moved faster than a shuffle in a year, and I came around that counter like a man 20 years younger, dragging the bad leg, and I went for the kitchen, for the back, for Sal, and behind me I heard Dina say my name once, "Hi," and I heard the wool cap in booth 4 say it too. A half second later, in Dina's voice, "Ray," soft, almost fond, trying it out, and I did not stop. The kitchen was the way I'd left it, the flat top ticking as it cooled, the fryer at temp, the oil at 350 degrees the way I keep it, the reach-in humming, the mop bucket where Sal had left it, the knives in the mag strip over the cutting board where they always were, and the door to the little office was half open and the light was on in there, and I came around the corner saying Sal's name, and Sal was standing at the wall phone with the receiver in his big hand, and his face was the face of a man. who has just heard something he cannot make sense of. And he turned to me and he said, "Ray, the phone. Somebody's on the phone." "What? Who? Is it the sheriff?" "No," Sal said. I picked it up, and it was already listened. And he held the receiver out to me, the coiled cord stretching, and I took it and I put it to my ear. There was breathing on the line. Slow, wet, deep breathing. The breathing of something big. And under the breathing, far away, tiny, like it was coming up out of a well, I heard my daughter's voice. I heard Josie. I want to be careful telling this part because it's the part that was built for me, personally. The way the pie was maybe built for the one that said pie, and the steak for the one that watched me cook it. And I didn't understand that yet, that they'd been in my building 20 minutes and had already reached into me and found the softest thing and closed a hand around it. On the phone, under the breathing, my daughter Josie, who I had not spoken to in 3 years, said, "Daddy, Daddy, you gotta come get me. You gotta come outside." "I'm outside, Daddy. I'm across the road. It's cold. Why won't you come get me?" And it was her voice. It was her voice at maybe 7 years old, the fishing rod age. The ash is the horse age. And it came up out of that phone into the softest part of me and pulled, and I felt my body turn toward the back door. I felt my hand, not on the receiver, start to reach for the deadbolt on the back door of my own kitchen, to go out into the dark and cross the road to the Blue Sage Motel, where the thing with the long head was waiting, because my little girl was cold, and she wanted her daddy. I got 1 foot toward the door. Sal grabbed me. Sal grabbed me around the chest from behind with both his big soft arms, and he held on, and he said right in my ear, scared and certain at the same time, "That's not real, Ray. Your girl's in Winnemucca. You told me. She's in Winnemucca with her mom. That's not her, Ray. That's not her." And the sound of Sal's voice, real, warm, human, right there in my ear, cut the wire. The thing on the phone had run into me, and I came back into myself all at once, standing in my own kitchen with the receiver dangling from my hand on its cord, and Sal's arms around me, and Josie's voice still coming up thin and cold out of the swinging receiver saying, "Daddy, Daddy, please." And I took the receiver and I hung it up. I hung up on my daughter's voice. It was the hardest thing I did all night, harder than any of what came after, and I did it, and the line went dead, and the office was quiet except for me breathing and Sal breathing. "Thank you," I said. My voice didn't work right. "Thank you, Sal." "The phone doesn't work," Sal said simply. "There's no dial tone." There was never a dial tone. It was already on when I picked it up. He looked at me. "They cut the line. Or they're on the line. I don't know how you're on a line you cut. But we can't call anybody, Ray. The phone's theirs now." And that was the shape of the trap, and I saw the whole of it then, standing in my little office at 10 to 2 in the morning. The phone was theirs. The dark was theirs. The road was theirs. 4 minutes of it at walking speed. There was one of them out at the Blue Sage with my daughter's stolen voice, and one of them loose somewhere in my building, and 2 of them sitting in booth 4 not eating 3 plates of chicken fried steak. And there were 4 of us, one with a bad knee, one who took the world in one careful piece at a time, one girl with a coffee can and a little boy across the county line, and one old man who knew the road, bunched up at the register end of a lit glass box in 100 miles of nothing, and the box had glass on every side, and everything outside the glass was theirs, and the only thing that wasn't theirs, the only ground we held, was the light. As long as the lights were on, and we stayed in the light, and stayed together, we were 4 people in a diner. That was all we had, the light and each other. "Where's the 3rd one?" I said. "The one that left the booth." "He's inside, Sal. He came inside. The bell didn't ring, but he's inside." "Where is he?" And Sal's eyes went past me, over my shoulder, to the corner of the office, to the dark under the shelf where the dry stock was, the flour and the big cans, and Sal went rigid, and I turned around slow, and I looked where he was looking. There was something under the shelf. It was folded up small. That was the thing that was so bad about it, that a thing that stood up that tall out on the lot could fold itself up that small and fit in the dark under a stock shelf in the corner of my office, folded up with its long knees somewhere up by its long head, all its wrong angles tucked in on themselves. Still watching, and I could not see it clearly. I only ever saw a piece of it, the shine of a low light off one long wet eye down in the dark under the shelf, and the pale line of teeth in the long muzzle, too many teeth, and it was not moving. It was just folded up in the corner of my office watching us with one eye, and it had been there the whole time. It had watched Sal pick up the phone. It had been 3 feet from Sal in the dark the whole time Sal was on the phone. And it had let him be because it wasn't time yet, because they were still counting, still learning the room, still deciding how. And I understood that we were alive at that second only because they had not yet decided to make us not alive, and that understanding put a cold in me that the fluorescent lights could not touch. Out, I said. Out, out, back to the front, back to the light. Don't turn your back on it. Out. We backed out of that office, Sal and me, backwards, both of us not turning around, and the thing under the shelf did not come out and did not move. It just watched us go with its one wet eye. And we came back out into the kitchen and around the line to the front where Dina and Earl were, and I looked at booth 4. There were 3 of them in the booth again. 3. The wool cap and the 2 ball caps, all 3, back in booth 4 with their 3 plates of cold steak, heads down, 6 gray hands flat on the table. And I looked at the corner of my office in the back where I knew the 4th thing was folded up under the shelf, and I looked at the 3 in the booth, and I did the arithmetic, and the arithmetic was wrong. And that wrong number, that was the thing that finally took the last of the floor out from under me, because it meant there were more of them than we had counted, or it meant they could be in 2 places, or it meant the counting itself was a thing they were doing to us, giving us a number and then breaking it. 3, then 2, then 3, 1 outside, then 1 inside, then 1 in the booth, so that we could never hold the shape of the threat in our heads, never say there are this many of them and they are here, because every time we tried, the number moved. You cannot fight a number that moves. You cannot even be afraid of it, right? Your mind keeps trying to make it hold still, and it won't hold still, and that failing, that endless failing to make it hold still, wears a groove in you. And I think the wearing of that groove was part of what they were doing, part of how they hunt, get the food to exhaust itself doing the counting before you ever have to touch it. Ray, Earl said. He had gotten off his stool. He was standing now, both hands on the counter, and he looked steadier than any of us, though he was the oldest by 20 years, and I have thought since that it was because Earl had already made a decision somewhere in the last half hour that the rest of us hadn't made yet, and that a man who has decided is always steadier than a man who's still deciding. Ray, they're going to move soon. You feel it? Something changed. They've been sitting there polite an hour and something just changed. They're done counting. He was right. I felt it too. The room had a new pressure in it, the pressure before weather, and in booth 4 the 3 of them had begun, just barely, to lean forward, over their plates, toward us, all 3 at once, a few degrees, the way grass leans before wind, and the wool cap in the middle lifted his head. He lifted his head all the way up for the first time all night, and he looked at us, all 4 of us bunched at the register, and the light came up under the brim of his cap, and I saw the face, and I am not going to describe the face. The face is the thing that comes back to me at 4 in the morning when I can't sleep, and I have never once put it into words for anybody, and I am not going to start now. Only this. It was almost a man's face. It was close. Somebody had gotten most of the way to a man's face from a long way off, working from a description in the dark, and had gotten the number of everything right. 2 eyes and a nose and a mouth, and had gotten the placing of everything a half-inch wrong in every direction, and had not been able to do the muzzle at all, had not even tried, so that the lower half of the face went long and forward into something that was not a mouth for talking or a mouth for smiling, but only ever a mouth for the one thing. And when it lifted its head and looked at us, the mouth moved. And in my daughter's voice, in Josie's little 7-year-old voice, soft and cold, it said, "Daddy, come get me." And then it smiled, if you can call it that, the long mouth pulling back, and I saw the teeth, all of them, and Earl Kessler said, "Calm as anything, Ray. Get behind the line. All of you, get in the kitchen." And Earl picked up the sugar caddy off the counter, the heavy glass one, and he threw it as hard as a 70-year-old man with a bad back can throw, which is not very hard, but it wasn't meant to hurt them. It was meant to buy us a second, and it hit the wool cap in the side of its long head and burst, and sugar and glass went everywhere, and the thing did not even flinch. It just turned its head slow and looked at Earl, and Earl said, "Go, Ray, go." And we went. Everything after that happened fast, and I have gone over it slow since. But in the living of it, there was no slow. There was only one thing, and then the next thing, and no time to think between them. And the only reason any of us lived is that a kitchen is a place I know the way those things knew the dark. And for the length of that fight, for those few minutes, the light and the kitchen were mine, the way the dark and the road were theirs. And we met in the middle of my ground, not theirs. And that made the difference. That was the whole and only difference. They came over the counter. They didn't come around it. They came over it, all three at once, and the coming over was the worst thing I'd seen yet, because it showed me finally and completely how wrong the bodies under the coats were. How the coats had been a costume stretched over something that did not have a man's joints or a man's spine. Because a man cannot go over a 4-foot counter the way those three went over it, flowing, folding, too many angles, an arm bending back the wrong way to catch the far edge and haul the whole long body across in one boneless surge. And the ball caps came off and the wool cap came off, and I will not describe the heads, only that they were long and low and set wrong on the shoulders, and that under the diner lights they were the gray of the salt flats and the gray of the dead, and they came over the counter into my kitchen, and I was ready because Earl had bought me the seconds, and I met the first one with the thing nearest my hand, which was the fire basket. I had 2 baskets of oil at 350 degrees, and I threw the first one. Oil at 350 degrees does not splash. It clings. It goes onto a thing, and it stays and it keeps working. And I threw a full basket of it into the long face of the first one over the counter, and that one screamed. And the scream was the first sound any of them made that was not stolen from us. And it was a sound I have no words for and will not look for words for. High and huge and made of more throat than the thing that size should have, and the oil clung to its head and its shoulder, and the smell came up instantly, and it went down thrashing into the mop bucket and the dish pit, and it took a whole rack of clean plates down with it in a crash. And it was not dead. Nothing I did that night killed anything clean, but it was hurt. It was hurt, and it was down. And I had learned in 1 second the only thing I would learn all night about how to fight them, which was that they felt heat and they felt fire, that whatever they were, however wrong, they were not past the reach of a burn. And a burn was the one thing a kitchen has more of than anything. The grill, I yelled. Get them at the grill. The second one came at Sal. Sal was closest to the dish pit, and the second one came off the counter at him, and Sal did the thing that saved his life and cost him his hand, which was that he put his arm up. He put his forearm up in front of his face, the way you do, the oldest reflex there is, and the thing's mouth closed on his forearm instead of his throat, and I heard the bones go. I heard them go like greenwood, and Sal screamed, and I had the second fire basket in my hand, and I could not throw it without cooking Sal too, so I did the other thing. I swung the whole basket, oil and all, and caught the thing across the back of its long skull with the steel edge of the basket, and the oil went over the both of them, some on Sal, most on the thing. and the thing let go of Sal's arm to scream, and Sal fell back against the reach-in, holding his ruined arm to his chest. And Dina was there. Dina had Sal. Dina hauled him back toward the walk-in, and I got between them and the thing. The third one had gone for Earl. Earl had not come into the kitchen. I understood later that Earl never meant to. Earl had thrown the sugar caddy and yelled us back, and then Earl had gone the other way, out from behind the counter into the open floor, drawing one of them off. The oldest trick a herd animal knows. The sick one falls back so the others can run. And the third one, the wool cap that had worn my daughter's voice, had gone after Earl out onto the floor, and I saw it take him. I saw it over my shoulder while I was swinging a fryer basket at the second one. One image, small and whole, and no more than it was. I saw Earl Kessler standing in the middle of the diner floor between booth 2 and booth 3 with a chair held up in front of him, the way a man in an old movie holds a chair at a lion. An old man in a flannel coat holding a diner chair, and I saw the long gray shape rise up over the chair, and over him, taller than the chair, and I saw Earl's face. And Earl was not screaming. Earl's face was set and calm and almost, I swear to you, almost relieved. The face of a man who has been alone in a single wide with a television and a dog for 2 winters since his wife died, and has just now, finally, been given something to do that matters. And Earl looked past the thing, right at me, across the whole room, and Earl said, "Go on, Ray." And then the shape came down over him, and I did not see any more. And I have never let myself see any more. And the light over booth 2 swung and threw shadows up the wall, and I turned back to my kitchen and my knife. I got the 10-inch off the mag strip. The second one, the one with Sal's blood on its mouth and my oil on its skull, came at me across the line, and I met it with the knife, and I want to be honest that the knife did almost nothing. It went in, and it came out, and the thing did not much care. Whatever holds those things together, it is not held together the way a man is, and I understood in half a second that I could not knife it to death, that I would be here all night, knifing it, and it would take my throat in the first 10 seconds. And so I did not try to kill it with the knife. I used the knife to keep its head back, one hand, and with the other hand I reached behind me to the flat top, my 4-foot flat top grill that I keep at 350 for the hash browns, screaming hot, and I got a fist in the coat of that thing, and I put its long gray face down on the flat top, and I held it there. I held it there. I am not a strong man, and I have a bad knee, and I was crying. I found out later I was crying the whole time. And I held that thing's face down on my grill with both hands and my whole weight while it screamed and thrashed, and the smell came up, that cold, sweet, turning freezer smell now cooking, going from cold to hot, from sweet to a stench that made Dina vomit where she crouched by the walk-in with Sal, and the thing bucked and its wrong arms came up and raked me, and I have the scars, 4 of them, down my back, and I held on, and I held on, and I said, and I don't know why I said it, I said, "You don't come in my place. You don't come in my place. You don't come in my place," over and over like Sal apologizing for his DUI, like a man saying a rosary, and I held its face on the grill until it stopped screaming and started making a lower sound, and then stopped making any sound and went, not dead, I don't think it ever went dead, but gone, slack, ruined, done, and it slid off the flat top onto the floor of my kitchen and lay there smoking and did not get up. The first one, the one I'd hit with the first basket, was up again by then, hurt but up, coming for me through the wreck of the dish pit, and I was spent. I had nothing. My arms were done. My knee was done, and it came and Dina saved us. Dina Voss had gotten the fire extinguisher off the wall by the walk-in, the big red one. I checked the tag on every month because that, at least the owner in Elko cared about, on account of insurance. And she pulled the pin, and she gave that first thing, the whole extinguisher in the face, the whole roaring white cloud of it, and I don't think the chemical hurt it the way the heat had, but it could not see. It was blind in the white cloud, and Dina was screaming Cody's name, of all things, her little boy's name, screaming "Cody, Cody, Cody" at the top of her lungs like a war cry while she emptied the extinguisher, and while it was blind and roaring, I got up off the floor one more time, and I did the last thing I had in me. I turned the fryer over. I tipped the whole fryer, both wells, 7 gallons of oil at 350 degrees. I got my shoulder under the edge of it, and I tipped it, and it went across the floor of my kitchen in a wave. And the blind thing was standing in it, and the oil went over its feet and up its legs. And then I threw the thing I'd been holding onto, the thing I'd palmed off the line without even thinking, the long lighter I use for the pilots, the click lighter. I threw it lit into the oil, and the oil went up. The whole back of the kitchen went up. I want to be clear that I did not think this through. I did not have a plan. I was a spent man on a bad knee doing the last violent thing available to him, and it very nearly killed all 4 of us. The fire went up the wall and across the ceiling, and the hood caught, and the alarm finally went off. 20 minutes too late to do any good, and Dina and I grabbed Sal up off the floor between us, and we went. We went out the back, out the kitchen door, into the dark, the very dark I'd been so afraid of, out into the cold, with the diner burning behind us, and we ran, the 3 of us, one of us dragging a bad leg and one of us holding a ruined arm and one girl holding us both together, out across the lot, away from the fire and the things, and toward the road, toward the interstate, toward the one direction where there might be someone, and behind us the Saltwheel diner. The lit glass box, the only light for 60 miles, went up like a torch, and by its light I could see the salt flats stretching away, pale to the pass, and I could see the road, and I could see, out at the edge of the firelight where the dark started, the 4th one. The 4th one stood at the edge of the light, out by the dead sign of the blue sage, tall, upright now, not folded, its long head up, and it watched the diner burn, and it watched the 3 of us run, and it did not come. I have thought 1,000 times about why it did not come, when it could have run us down in the open in about 4 seconds, and the only answer I have is that it had come for a full house, and it had 1 dead and 2 ruined behind it, and a burning building, and 3 sick, slow animals limping off across the flats, and whatever they are, however old, however wrong, they can do arithmetic too, and the arithmetic had stopped being worth it, and it let us go, and that was not mercy. It was a butcher looking at a poor cut and putting the knife down. It watched us with its long head up against the fire, and then it turned and it went back into the dark toward the road, unhurried. The way they had come, and the last I saw of any of them was that, the 4th one, walking back out into the 60 miles of dark, at walking speed, in no hurry at all, going home. A truck found us on the frontage road at 4:50 in the morning. A reefer hauler named Bill Ostrander out of Twin Falls, and he damn near ran us down, and then he stood on his brakes and got us up in the cab, all 3 of us, and he had a real phone with real bars, because he was up on the rise by the ramp, and he called it in, and he wrapped Sal's arm in a road flare blanket, and he drove us to the hospital in Elko with his flashers going the whole 90 miles, and I have his name written down, and I have called him on the anniversary every year since to thank him, and he always says the same thing. He says, "You'd have done the same, Ray." And I don't know if that's true, but I let him have it. Sal lost the arm below the elbow. He has a grandmother who took care of him through it, and he has a hook now that he is not ashamed of the way he was ashamed of the DUI. Isn't that a thing? And he works the register at a parts store in Elko days. In the daylight. Always in the daylight. And we talk. Dina got out. She got her little house in Spring Creek, with the fenced yard, though not the way she'd meant to. She got it with the settlement from the owner in Elko, who did not want any of it in the papers, and paid all 3 of us to be quiet, and I took his money, and I am being quiet, mostly. Cody's in kindergarten now. Dina sends me a picture every year on the anniversary, the same day I call Bill Ostrander, and the picture is always of Cody, and I think that's her way of saying the same thing I'm saying to Bill. They never found Earl. That's the official thing, missing, presumed lost in the fire, and there was a fire hot enough that presumed lost in the fire is a thing the county could write down and believe. His healer, Duke, I have Duke sleeps on my bed. He's old now, gray in the muzzle, and some nights he gets up and stands at the window looking out at the dark and growls low at nothing, and I get up too, and I stand with him, and we look out at the dark together, an old dog and an old man with a bad knee, and after a while whatever it is passes, and we go back to bed. I got square with the state. That's the part I'll end near, but not on. The settlement money paid off Deshaun Pelletier and paid off the back support both. All of it. Current. Clean. And I called Josie's mother and she did not have a reason to say no anymore. And Josie came and stayed a weekend that spring. 14 years old and taller than her mother and quiet with me, the way a kid is quiet with a stranger, which is what I'd made myself. And it was awkward. And it was not the movie I'd cooked for at the grill all those nights. But it was her. It was really her. And on the Sunday, when her mother came to get her, Josie hugged me at the door. Quick, the way teenagers do, already halfway gone, and she said, "Bye, Dad, not Daddy, Dad," and got in the car, and I stood in the door and watched them drive off. And I was glad. I was so glad, and under the glad way down was the cold, 'cause I had heard the other voice too, the little one, the daddy one, come up out of a dead phone in a burning building, and I will hear it for the rest of my life. And I cannot ever tell my daughter that the worst thing that ever happened to me wore her 7-year-old voice like a coat. They rebuilt the Saltwheel, same owner, insurance money, a year later, and it's open again 24 hours, because a diner that ever closes admits it can die. I don't work there. I don't go out that way at all, if I can help it. But I drove past it once, in daylight on purpose, to see, and I pulled into the lot in the good clean afternoon sun, with the salt flats bright and ordinary, all the way to the pass. And I looked in through the new plate glass, and it was all new. New booths, new counter, new grill I bet, and it was empty. The lunch rush gone. One waitress I didn't know, refilling ketchups. And down the window side, third booth in, on the best booth in the house, the one where you can see the door and the kitchen and the whole floor, somebody's table hadn't been cleared yet. 3 plates, 3 coffees, all full, none of them touched. Sitting there in the afternoon light in the empty booth, 3 plates of food gone cold and 3 cups of coffee gone cold, waiting and no one anywhere near them, and the waitress with her back turned rolling silver, and the sun coming in flat and gold across the salt and lighting up all 3 cups so the coffee shone black and still. And I put my truck in reverse, and I backed out of that lot, and I drove home to my old dog, and I have not gone back, and I am not going to